Called Dr. Gottlieb. I have an appointment.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he's a good, Randy knows him too.
Yeah, he's been into me twice. Yeah, so. Okay, we're on the air. It's February the 21st, 2023. This is the Clear Creek County Board of County Commission, and we're just opening our regular session. And as usual, we open our regular session with public comment. Seeing no one in the room, I presume, unless someone on staff has public comment, we show anything on the air.
Oh, we do have one person raising their hand. Oh, their hand just went down. Max Forginzi. Here we go. I'll allow him to talk.
Yeah, good morning, y'all. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
That is the new Forest Service interim district ranger.
Oh, great.
Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Hey, good morning, everyone. I just want to come on. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person this morning. However, I wanted to introduce yourself. I'm Max Forgency. I'm the acting Clear Creek District Ranger coming in behind Scott Haas while he is on a detail to the Washington office. And I wish I don't know how I can get my video up so you can see my face as well.
On your lower left-hand side, there's usually a
Video button.
video button.
Let's see here. I tested my video and I am looking for my video button right now, and it just does not show on this Zoom webinar. It gives me chat and mute. It allows me to mute,
Is he a panelist?
which is fine. You can
Yeah.
come by
Couldn't be here if
the
you weren't a
office
panelist.
anytime. Oh, let's see what this does. Here we
I promoted him to panelist and see if that helped. I just allowed him to talk before.
Yeah, see if he cross over.
There's another way, which is to go into your Zoom settings, assuming you're using Zoom to be here.
There we go.
There you go. You made it.
Hey,
Hey, thank you all for making me a panelist. I wish I could stay on too long. I'm actually at a district meeting as well this morning, which starts at 8:30 mostly on Mondays, but today, because of the holiday, it's on a Tuesday. But yes, my name once again, Max Forgency. I'm here as the acting Clear Creek District Ranger for 120-day detail, filling in between Scott Haas while he's up at the Washington office. So he'll be back early June or late May. And I reached out to, I believe I sent you a message, George, to say hello to you the other day via email, just because I know you're out of Idaho Springs. I'll also be in Idaho Springs. My plan is to be there most Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays in the district office. Please feel free to reach out anytime with any comments, concerns, questions, and I'll put my phone number and email address in the chat for everybody to get a hold of me if you need to. And my cell phone number is on at all times. I know that these conversations are usually limited to 3 minutes or less, so I'll just open it up if anybody has any questions for me.
Well, it's nice to have you here. Scott's been hanging around for a few years and he's been good to work with, and nice to know that you're here to replace him. And I'd love to get together with you and meet you also. Each of us has interests. And the other guys, I know you just said you've already spoken to George. We're involved in NOCO, Northern Colorado Places 2050, and integrally with the Forest Service. And so I'd love to get together and talk with you about that a little bit and some of the programs we're doing there, because they are about, recreation in the forest and public lands throughout the ARP. And we are one of the members of of NOCO, of the 8 primary members of it. So love to get together another time, but not burden this conversation further with that. So I'll catch you offline. And I'm Randy Wheelock. Yeah.
Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, I'm Sean. I'm from the easternmost part. I know there's some mitigation projects that particularly the one above Beaver Brook, kind of out Buffalo Park. So maybe we can connect on that sometime soon as well.
Thank you very much, Sean. Nice to see you. And hi, George. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for reaching out, and I'm sending you some dates for us to get some coffee.
Hey, sounds fantastic. And I'll just leave with this. I am reviewing the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership MOU currently. I know that your CCW FHP is something that includes Clear Creek County, obviously. And so as we're not a voting member, as that, we are creating an MOU to understand how we can best assist and share resources with that effort. And also I've been working with Amy Saxton and getting up to speed on the romp and other amazing recreation activities that occur here in Clear Creek. I can't wait to meet you all in person. Like I said, I wish I could be there. I'm planning on being at the romp on Thursday there, I believe, Chambers or thereabouts. So if you're wandering around, maybe I can shake your hand then. But I know my 3 minutes are up. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Here.
Do we have any other public comment?
Nope.
No,
Okay. Moving on. County Commissioner updates. Who wants to go first here?
I'll go since mine will be quite brief. Had a meeting yesterday with the EMS Sustainability Task Force subgroup related to finance. We were talking about trying to get someone in the legislature to run a bill to increase the HUTFE from $2 to some higher number. That's the amount you pay when you register a vehicle that goes to fund all the EMS grant programs in the state, which our EMS has taken very good advantage of recently. A question came up, which either of you gentlemen may know or someone else may. If you look at your registration next time you have to pay, there's about 10 or 12 or more items in there. Things like there's like a law enforcement training item, road and bridge fund, all kinds of stuff in there. Does anybody know if there are other bills going on now or being discussed to raise any of the other ones?
No.
Senate Bill 160 phased in an increase in some various license fees. I don't know exactly which ones, and I don't know when they're set to increase or if it already happened, but.
That's this year, Senate Bill 160.
Was that 21, Randy?
I don't,
The
160?
transportation funding bill?
Oh,
Well, there was 260.
260.
Okay,
Senate 260,
okay, that's what was
transportation
throwing me
funding
off.
bill.
Yeah, that was huge. That was the biggest bill in
Right.
30 years in funding.
I'll look it up. Thanks.
Debbie might have some information.
So the road and bridge actually went down for this year. So we have two that have decreased. So if your car is 5 years old, it used to be like $10, now it's $8. And the road and bridge amount went down also. So
Because of something that got written into statute a while ago. Okay. Okay, so no one knows. That answers my question. Thanks.
That's
Senate?
Go for it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a few things. First off, a donation was made in the amount of $20,000 to I think the name of the organization is still the Idaho Springs Chamber of Commerce, but the Idaho Springs Marketing Alliance and the Idaho Springs Chamber of Commerce have been combined in a way I don't quite understand. Anyway, they received a $20,000 donation after the death of a community member in his name to try to make sure that people have access to addiction and recovery services in Clear Creek County. So the chamber doesn't really, I think they're looking for some support from us and our public, I'm glad you're here, and our public health department in terms of trying to figure out the best, most strategic use for those funds. And I told him I would bring it up in a Board of County Commissioners update. Because the Chamber of Commerce, isn't really well suited to try to address addiction and recovery work. So I wanted to make you both aware that that's happening, and then just ask, how do you guys see us fitting into that? Do you guys see us fitting into that at all? Is it something you want me to try to pursue to connect our public health staff with Chamber of Commerce staff? Maybe they have staff. Yeah, they have staff. To figure out a process around
Or
what we can do with
instruct-
that funding.
I don't know if they have any paid staff at the chamber.
Jonathan?
Jonathan Kane is their president, and they do have a director. I don't know what her status is, if she's a volunteer director or not.
Would that be something that one of us should do yourself? And I appreciate it. I think I think you brought up a really important idea. Would that be something we do staff direction to have public health contact and reach out to them? I don't mind if you want to liaison or something, but
I think so. I mean, in the very least, I think, if this board could authorize staff to respond to
That's
this
what I
in a way
was-
they think is appropriate. I know there's a lot of other money around opioid work, and maybe this is our matching fund to do a lot more than $20,000 worth of work in Clear Creek County or something like that. But
yeah.
does that seem reasonable to you, Tim, Brian?
Yeah.
Just basically,
Yeah, I can reach out to Jonathan and figure out what our options are.
The thing I would add is
find-
GCMH may fit into that equation somewhere too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're in the business of providing those services for us.
Right. And I think sounds like a good idea if they're, at least to reach out to them and see what their plans are and see what we can do to help, since that's in our wheelhouse, in public and Tim's wheelhouse, basically.
and that segues into our work on the opioid settlement committee. RFPs have been drafted for 4 different types of work. Harm reduction, recovery housing, supporting the expansion of recovery, RCOs. What are these? Recovery organizations. I can't remember the name of that acronym. And then the 4th one is to support co-responder programs. I think at least 2 of those, there's a pretty good match between sort of our goals and aspirations and the funding that's available. So, yeah, that's just an update, and it's related to this $20,000 and what it might be able to do for us. So,
Okay.
the next thing I have is House Bill 1165. This is the bill that is being brought through the legislature on our behalf to give counties the authority to regulate the discharge of firearms in dense unincorporated areas. It did pass the House, and it looks like it's not going to be scheduled immediately in the Senate. I think one thing that could help is if we wrote a letter that we could share with other commissioners and legislators as we work for support for this bill. If you all agree, I'd be happy to draft something that we can, as a starting point, that we can try to get passed.
Are you suggesting a letter of support from Clear Creek County for the bill?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
And I know we took a position of support, and I think it could be helpful for us to articulate that a little further in a bipartisan communication to the legislature.
Well, we took a position of support, so a letter of support's in keeping with that. It's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, obviously, all 3 of us would need to reach consensus, which I don't see being a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean on the draft?
Yeah,
The
exactly.
Wording of the
Or
draft?
whatever the final version of it is.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Peter will want to weigh in from a.
Yeah, and I'm fine if you want to draft it. And I know it's really a Clear Creek Gilpin, and working with Judy Mobley, and I know Sandy Hollingsworth over there has expressed this problem for a long time in Gilpin as well. And yeah, sure. I mean, it's basically on behalf of what's going on in the Front Range near to Denver, is where the biggest problems seem to be.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
And for those of you watching who aren't familiar with this, we're talking about a bill that's going to allow for local control when it comes to discharging firearms in dense neighborhoods.
Including, I think the difference is including on private lands. It
Right.
Yeah. So it would allow counties to create situations similar to municipalities where they have too dense of a neighborhood to allow firing at all outside. And there are exceptions within it, but
I'm not aware, and I've done a lot of asking around, I'm not aware of a municipality in Colorado that allows shooting on private property. And I think it's just because there's some areas that are dense enough that there's not a safe place to shoot. And if you look at a plat map of St. Mary's and compare that to a plat map of a single family suburban neighborhood inside a municipality where it's illegal to shoot, I don't think if I gave you a blind sample, well, you could because you know the neighborhood, but if I gave it to somebody that didn't know the neighborhood, I don't think they could say this one's a municipality and this one's not.
there are places in Lakewood that are less dense than St. Mary's, as an example.
Thank you for saying that so concisely. So anyway, so that's an update on that one. I will try to get a letter drafted, and it might, depending on the timing, it might come along with a request for a special meeting for us to consider it.
Okay.
The last thing, the NOCO Fire Shed Collaborative, I think I'm getting the name of this right, is an organization that is sort of local governments and the National Forest and sort of matches the NOCO area, catchment area, the NOCO places catchment. I know they have a couple of times asked us if we want to sign an MOU to be a part of this organization. And I don't know where we're at on that, but recently I received an email inviting me to serve on their committee.
In which it's not NOCO. It wouldn't be a NOCO committee.
It's a separate organization, the Northern Colorado Fire Shed Collaborative or something like that.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to join that, and I wanted you guys to know.
Yeah, sure.
That's all from me for today.
And I have virtually nothing today. I think in the interest of moving on, I mean, there's some things I can talk about in their developments, but they're in the same areas that are, not as consequential. So, because I didn't have any big meetings in the last 2 weeks. And so with that, I think we'll move on to county manager update. Brian?
Thank you. 3 of you were invited by the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and the Mastahey Coalition to a ceremony in honor of their effort to rename Mount Evans to Mount Blue Sky. So it's an event on March 17th in Denver from 2 to 4 p.m. in the afternoon. So I guess let us know if that's something you want to attend and we can get you RSVP'd to.
I've already RSVP'd. I think each of us should have received an invitation directly from Governor Wassenae. And they're kind of trying to limit participation a little bit. They don't exactly really expect to hit their cap. The Mastahey Coalition's been going out with invitations on that. And a couple of factors going on with it are that it's contingent. I think they're going to hold the event no matter what, because there will be Native Americans coming in from the whole region for the Denver powwow in March. And so they're going to be here. The Southern CNA are going to be here with about 100 dancers and other people, that are in their contingent coming to the powwow. So they're planning to be here anyway. And so I think this event will come off regardless. What's happening at the event is contingent upon whether the governor responds to that's one of the things I wasn't going to say in my report, but it's just another development on what I talked about last time, 2 weeks ago. But the governor's staff has said that they're pouring through all of the voluminous detail involved with this before they write a letter of either support or denial. And Jenny Runyon with the BGN has expressed that she doesn't think the BGN will work without the governor's action or without his approval of the CNAB, the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board, because then the state process will have probably been deemed incomplete, and they don't want to toss out the Colorado state process and act without that being completed. So we may or may not have, and what they're supposed to be doing is celebrating the renaming at the BGN federally when it becomes official and final, and that would be on March the 9th, and the governor has to act by March the 1st. So he's got about a week and a half to go. And so, but I'm planning to be there anyway. I was asked to be one of their speakers, along with a few people from some of the tribes. And I encouraged the other commissioners to come, and I know Beth's invited, and I think maybe Brian, I'm not sure. Did you get one yourself as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let us know if you'd like us to RSVP, we'd be happy to do that for you. With respect to the agenda itself, I think the three of you are aware, we've got some few changes happening here. I'll let you all speak to the sheriff's office when we get there, but we did move, I've let Matt Taylor know we're gonna get to his 12:30 earlier than, more than likely, at that 12:30 time, and we did move the Open Space Commission interview to 10:30. 10:30. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, we have consideration of acceptance of the Clear Creek County Community Health Improvement Plan. Dr. Tim Ryan. Tim, I read through your report, and I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. I kept the slides limited. I know there's desires among you, so I have both the report and some basic slides. So several things to start out. First and foremost, just to give a little context, the assessment plan is done and mandated every 5 years by the state. And the improvement plan, which is the CHIP, is basically the how we're going to address what we found in the analysis. What you see in front of you in terms of the CHAPS is the analysis that we did. It isn't set in stone, nor is the CHIP set in stone. These are the priorities that we've identified in the plan that we put forward to address them. As you notice on the report, it says the publication is June of 2023. So we have a few months to get to that point of what is considered a final draft. It's a work in progress. Next slide, please. So the process itself took many, many months with many people involved. And really the process focuses on equity, making sure that we have as robust an involvement as possible among all the different groups in this community. Looking at quantitative data that we derived from both state sources and federal sources, as well as local sources. And then follow that up with qualitative data, because quantitative data can only tell you so much of the story, where particularly in a community of our size, the qualitative data really gets sort of in between the cracks and in the weeds of that quantitative data that you might not otherwise see. And we did that through stakeholder and community engagement, both a survey and many interviews of different individuals in the community. Then we looked at what that data was telling us and did a capacity assessment. What can public health actually do with the 3.5 people who work directly in public health, aside from Mount Youth Network and environmental? And what could we possibly tackle in the 5-year period moving forward? And then based on that, we did a prioritization of the different themes that were discerned through the qualitative and quantitative data. Next slide, please. So the health priorities identified, as you see and as you read in the report: adult mental health and substance use, followed by youth mental health and substance use. Those two obviously are linked together. I will go through these a little bit more detail. And then air pollution. Next slide, we'll circle back. Expanding healthcare options and connecting people with resources. So we can go back. So adult mental health and substance use, and youth mental health, substance use. The youth mental health, as you are aware, through Mountain Youth Network, we've been addressing that for the last 5 years with many great successes in expansion of that program. We, as you all know, lived through COVID over the last several years, and mental health has really bubbled to the top in terms of one of the main priorities. I think it was an issue before COVID, although I wasn't here at that time. I think COVID really exacerbated that reality of the need for that sort of thing. So what are we going to do about it? Basically reduce substance use among adults in Clear Creek County and improve mental health and well-being among adults in Clear Creek County. Those are very vague and very general terms. How we're going to do that specifically is called out in the report. There are many different funding sources that we can tap into. Part of the challenge with the behavioral health is public health is not a mental health provider. We do not have staff for that, nor are we a substance use provider. Again, we don't have the staff for that. What we're really focusing on is linking up the services that are provided and that are available and making sure that those are properly utilized in this community. Also bringing other ones in on the youth or on the adult substance use, partnering with groups that is their number one objective, that is their number one task. And making sure that they're available here in the community and making sure that people, more importantly, are aware of their presence and connecting them to those services. Similar to what Mountain Youth Network has done on the youth front on behavioral health and substance use, similar fashion, making sure that people are connected to the services that are there and connecting them. As far as air pollution, I wish public health in this country was far more of a priority in terms of what we can do and the money we had to do it with. Air pollution, although it is an important issue, public health's role in that is one of observation and one of data collection and interpreting that data. We clearly cannot change what goes on I-70 and the impact that that has, but we can make sure that the data that we have does paint a picture and make sure that those who need to understand what's happening do. So in relation to air pollution, as it states there, I'm not going to read the slide. We do now have a regulatory grade air monitor up on the Health and Wellness Center that was put there by the Department of Transportation. The good news is it's going to be there for 5 years. The other good news is we don't have to maintain it. Maintaining the air quality monitors it's a bit of a challenge, particularly with no resources to do it. So having that under their purview and under their maintenance is absolutely fantastic for us. But again, continuing to monitor it. The other piece of that is education, making sure that the community does understand what air quality issues are there and how they can begin to address them as an individual. Although limited, it does help. Next slide. Expanding healthcare options. Obviously, this county made a huge commitment 5 years ago, and that came to fruition a year ago in the Health and Wellness Center in expanding the services and healthcare options that are in this county. Does it take us the entire way? No. But what we can do is expand what we currently have in many meaningful ways. This particular one, EMS, is really the lead. In the expanding the services that they have and the home services that they're rolling out. I think that will go a really long way and eliminate a lot of need for travel down the hill to additional services that are there. They will be expanded here in this community. Related to that, a year into partnering with Centura and being above Centura, there is need for urgent care and there is need for emergency care in this community. We've seen it literally firsthand walk through the door. And so trying to make sure that communication is clear with Centura and that communication is clear with the community, that if you are in need of these services, this is not the place to stop. The next stop is down the hill. But trying to prevent those sort of situations, I think, is really in public health purview and making sure that people are connected to the resources that are available. Which gets to the next point, connecting people with resources. It's an uphill battle on this one. We have tried over the last several years with COVID, we have tried every way to communicate with this community that is currently available. Whether it the old school postcard to your home, here's some basic facts and information, to Facebook and all the other social media, to our webpage and just being out in the community and trying to converse with as many people as we possibly can. And we still have people who walk through the door saying, I didn't know that. So that is an uphill battle, but that is one that we're continuing to address in any and every way that we possibly can. Most importantly, connecting people with resources around the priorities. So behavioral health, substance use disorders, air pollution, all of the priorities that we have identified, really focusing and prioritizing those in terms of the messages that we're putting out and making sure that people are connected to those services that are here. We don't have, nor will we ever have, all the services that are needed in this community. That's just a fact. But making sure that the services that we do provide, everybody knows about them and everybody has the opportunity to engage in them, whether it be our food pantries that are ever expanding in this community because nobody should go hungry, to making sure that transportation is available, and being at the table and having that conversation, and making sure that air pollution is at least monitored and the community is aware of the reality that's out there. So these are our priorities over the next 5 years. None of them come with any additional funding. We have to go out and find funding to fund any one of these. Luckily, the air pollution is being funded by CDOT and addressed in that way. But the rest of them, we need to go out and find the funding to make sure that we can actually address them in a meaningful way. Questions, comments, concerns?
Not yet. Like I said, I read the whole report last night and found it very interesting and helpful.
Was that the end of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I like this document. I agree with the goals that are in it. I think that I'm not prepared to approve it today. I think it still needs work. I want to kind of zero in on, as an example, the section on housing. It's the section on housing does not reference our local work that was completed on housing. And I think the statements made conflict with that work. It says here, well, the housing data presented from Clear County is relatively positive. And I wouldn't describe the data that I've seen about housing in Clear Creek County as positive. And I think it would be counterproductive for us as a Board of Health to approve a document with that statement in it. I've got some other observations as well that I think maybe we can work through. Maybe we can set up a meeting and work through it. But I don't intend to quibble with the goals. I think that the goals that you state are good goals, and they match sort of my perspective at what our big problems are and what we need to be doing to try to solve them. I think that some of the narrative stuff can be written in a way that's more helpful as I talk to the legislature, community members, et cetera, about these problems. And so that's sort of how I want to continue to develop this document so that it can be as helpful as possible.
Well, and George, that I agree. That's the intent of the document. It is to provide a roadmap as helpful as possible and to provide, we obviously don't have access to all the data. If you have different data, happy to see it and add it in here. Right, there is no real rosy picture, to be quite frank. It's with the picture we have, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to begin to address it? I think is the intent of this document, not.
I think if it's a matter of wordsmithing sentences like whether the housing outlook in Clear Creek is positive, well, right now we have a big problem, and that's apparent. I'd say that it's all in how you look at it. What's happening now is we have the county commission and staff and a number of, there's high awareness around the fact that we have a tremendous crying need for housing. We have not accomplished much affordable housing, but I think it's also true that that we're taking action to try to do things about that at this time. We're actually moving out on some different kinds of projects to try to stabilize what we have and to try to change that. And so I think there's inertia going that direction. But I do agree with George's comment about that sentence could be worded, a little better. And there may be some other sentences that could be worded a little better too. Overall, I found the document to be very helpful, and George may have quite a few more comments that he wants to talk about. But I think I would like to see us, if we're not approving this today, then I would like to see us embark on a measure to submit those proposed edits so that they can be incorporated so that we can approve it as soon as possible, like the next meeting or something like that.
Sure.
I'd like for this document, this health plan, to not be a work in progress for a long period of time, because I think it's good to have it in front of the public, approved by the commissioners and done. And I think its elements. I also agree with the goals. There was one nuance I had, which we discussed when I came in the room, which was about trying to maybe zoom in a little closer with a microscope on a little bit of the behavioral health data, since for as long as I've been on the county commission, behavioral health and mental health have been, when we ask after the CHAPS report, when we talk to people from outside the county looking in and others on the subject, it's, what are our number one problems? And it's, behavioral health, mental health, adult and youth. There are others, sure, and they're senior and all that other stuff going on, but that's been our biggest health problem. And so knowing that and having anecdotally, my having witnessed it over the decades, to be honest, it's a place, it's a wound we haven't fixed. And the example I gave to Tim this morning was I just have a gut feeling that I saw, and I can't be specific, so I'm just going to be really kind of ignorant about it. We saw opioid data a few years ago that didn't give any indication that we were anywhere on the radar or had any problem at all with opioids in Clear Creek County. And it was from before your time, well before your time. And at that moment, I looked at that and questioned it, because I don't know how you can have that high a meth use and not have that high a opioid use as well, because they're kind of almost codependent behavioral health problems. And so toward that end, there's probably, that was really that was one of a few comments that popped out to me, but I'm going to guess George had other comments besides just the housing comment. So I didn't mean to cut him off there. I just thought I'd react to that since he gave a pause. And I don't know if Sean wanted to respond to at that moment or.
I think I like the report. I guess one of the things that's mentioned in here that I would almost argue might be the first item instead of the third or fourth or wherever it's listed is.
Well, these aren't any
Okay.
order. They're,
Well, yeah, fair. I was reading recently about suicide ideation in youth, and I was kind of shocked to see how much higher it is in girls than it is in boys. And I have no idea why that would be, but I'm sure some smart people do. And I really appreciate the work that Mountain Youth Network is doing to get kids away from their devices and out into nature. And I wonder if there's a bigger role for us there.
And supporting Mountain Youth Network and the getting.
Or just specifically going after that challenge. I mean, we were, just going after youth suicide, and what are the things that are within our control that we can actually start making even more of a difference there. And I don't know what the answer is, but I think it's a very worthy goal.
I agree with you. I mean, the stats that are the most shocking in this report are related to youth suicide and substance use. So if you're advocating that be sort of emphasized in the document,
Elevated, yeah.
by appearing earlier, or in looking at the measures for that specific goal around youth behavioral health, maybe it include a measure about suicide ideation specifically. I think the measures right now are around substance use and participation in track. We might want to throw a measure that is specific to suicide ideation.
And based on what little I know about it, I don't think there's always a direct relationship between ideation and substance abuse. I think there's plenty of kids who never tread into the substance abuse waters who are still challenged.
And plenty of kids who did who aren't thinking about suicide.
Yeah, exactly.
But, from my own family experience with it, there is a huge, and from reading about it myself too, there's a huge connection between behavioral health, substance abuse, and suicide. That said, I completely agree with Sean that that's not, the fact that it happens to be a generality and a really gigantic connection and correlation. It's not universal. It's not true everywhere. And the thing that jumped out of the report at me also was not only youth, but adult, both our adult and suicide rates were considerably higher than the state average. The youth even more so than the adult, as I recall, and from reading it last night. And I guess what you just heard was George and Sean and I could probably arm wrestle over who cares about this the most, but we should rather hug each other just because we all care about it a lot. It's a big deal. And all I'm doing is reinforcing that idea that this needs to be emphasized.
Yeah, I would agree completely. I think what we'll find, given the strong correlation between mental health and suicide ideation, by addressing mental health, we are inadvertently addressing the suicide ideation, right? It's not called out specifically, but if you're addressing the underlying root causes of something, you're going to bear fruit down the road, so to speak. So it's not that we're not obviously prioritizing it, but we felt that it was under that umbrella of, if we're addressing this bigger umbrella, we're going to address that by default.
Well, you put the information out there for us to see. It's in that respect, it's a really good report, and it's among your goals, and it's emphasized in the goals, as a matter of fact. But so I think you're there. If there's something we need to do to wordsmith that to make it a little stronger statement, and if we're going to take the time to do that, then and make some changes in this, then
yeah. Again, this is a draft. It hasn't been. You guys have the only printed copies. So, and the print date is June. So a lot of these priorities, like I said, we are already working on. We've already begun the work, have been for some time. So it isn't going to slow that down. Any wordsmithing or back and forth isn't going to slow that process down. It's already underway.
Okay. Well, and all I was emphasizing a moment ago is I want to make sure we do it in a timely fashion so that Tim can get this thing out. And whenever it's got to be out, and sooner is better than later.
Oh, absolutely.
And, so if June's the deadline, then let's make sure that our ideas are incorporated. And I might suggest that we, first of all, we continue this conversation. We've got a little more time to talk about it here before 9:30. And but that we'll be planning to submit our comments and thoughts probably to Tim and copy Brian. I'm thinking on this as we go forward.
Okay. That all makes sense to me. Some other, in terms of sort of next steps with this document, I brought up the housing thing. I think that this document is backed up by community health assessments, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, so when I came into office, the 2018 work had just been completed. And it was delivered to me in I have 3 documents. One is I have 3 documents that are called community health assessments. And then the community health improvement plan is sort of built off of those 3 documents. Is that how it's working this time too?
This is all in one document. There is no set way in how to do it. It's just mandated that you do an assessment and an improvement plan.
Okay.
We can pull it out and make 2 documents, which will increase our printing costs. But I thought from a layout perspective, having what are the goals and how are we going to address them in more specifically nuanced made sense to me of here's the problem and here's how we're going to address it.
Since it's a response to CHAPS.
Correct.
Since it's a response to CHAPS, to integrate the entire thing into one document so that you can see the correlation between the information that's been given to us through the CHAPS assessment and these are the outcomes, and this is how we're processing it, and this is what we intend to do about it. I think an integrated document is the best. I think having it in one document, as you've done, it's the right thing, as long as we've got everything we need in that document.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I don't mean to quibble over what appears in what document. I guess this document references things like capacity analysis that suspect have been generated in writing somewhere, and I don't see them in this document.
The capacity assessment was done in person, sort of a roundtable among staff. We didn't include it specifically what we talked about in there, but it was literally, could we possibly do this? How would we do that? Is there even funding to address that? If the answer is no, no, and no, then making it a priority made no sense. But the priorities that there wasn't any of those situations where we said, no, 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 right? We tried to address every single one that we discerned from either the quantitative or qualitative data in talking to different people.
Okay, so then if this is everything that's in writing related to this plan, then that's great. Another thing that I think can be worked on in this document is working to identify sort of the responsible parties in the organization a little more clearly. Like I see there's a section, the youth mental health section, references track, doesn't really describe track, that references using the communities that care model, implementing the communities that care model. I believe Mountain Youth Network is our local communities that care model.
Yes.
And I think some of that could just be articulated a little bit more explicitly about what structures we have in the organization right now that are going to take on this work. Clear Creek EMS is clearly the one that is going to focus on the healthcare expansion, right? And I support that. And I think it could be stated a little more clearly. For example, that program has funding because it's not public health department funding, it's CCEMS funding. So just stuff like that can help us have confidence that these goals are within reach. I think they are, right?
Yeah, we can certainly, I mean, we're not going to call it individuals because as you know, some individuals change. Into having a 5-year living document, identifying for instance, air pollution, environmental health is going to be spearheading that in EMS and Mountain Youth Network, et cetera.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I personally got pretty clearly what we were trying to do by using the out of this, understood well enough from previous conversations what our plan was, but it's not explicitly specified what all the steps will be that EMS will take in order to accomplish that. But I saw this as a more generalized document that's going to that they're going to be, and I have to go back to the exact terminology where EMS will be taking over. I can't remember the acronym, but expanding the healthcare into the community and using their resources to do so.
Community paramedicine.
That's the phrase I'm familiar with. They're introducing a different one here that I think is the same thing. I'm not finding it in the document right now, but.
Yeah, same thing. I saw it and.
I mean, we could put in, I don't recall specifically, but EMS, since the writing of this document has applied and has been approved and is in the process of moving that forward actively, right? Another priority that's underway and not directly under my purview. When Director Mansu answers my phone calls, we have that conversation.
Another thing about youth mental health that's not mentioned in here that maybe could be is kind of the negative effects of screen time and on developing brains. And I don't know to what degree we can do much about it other than put the kids in places where there's no cell phone coverage.
I'm sorry, I was looking at my phone. What did you say, Sean?
Yeah, exactly.
I was looking.
Tries to do that regularly, but yeah, I agree. I mean, Sean, part of that is, that's a slippery slope, right? The vast majority of influence on that reality is parents, right? If parents aren't willing to address that in their own home, and having 3 children of my own, I can tell you the difficulty of that. How effective are we going to be if the parents themselves are unable to limit the time? Because really, to be quite honest, there's an 8-hour block from the moment they leave our purview of the community and they go back to their home that is under the guise of their parents and in the supervision of their parents that we have no influence over on realistically, right? So, but yeah, Trek Outdoors and Mountain Youth Network, they try very hard to get them out of, I mean, there's a lot of places in this county you don't get cell service, to be honest, but bringing them to those locations or bringing them out of this community and making sure that they are engaging in normal social human behavior that we used to have pre-cell phone. That is incredibly beneficial, we know. Again, why we worked like hell for 2.5 years to keep kids in school every single day, because the suicidal ideation and all those other things would be 100 times worse if the children were not in school those days and not engaged in activities and socially and all those sorts of things, right? That was our North Star.
I totally agree with you. I think it's possible there are many parents in our community who don't fully appreciate the dangers they're exposing their kids to by not being better parents when it comes to limiting those type of activities. And I think there might be a role for us in at least providing evidence-based resources so that the parents can make even more educated choices.
And we can boil down the research so that it's consumable by your average individual who doesn't have to read a 28-page research paper.
Right. I think a lot of the challenges with any of these behavioral changes is making it easy. And I know there are platforms and features on a lot of devices that basically allow the parents to make a one-time decision. And then now the phone stops working after 100 minutes or something like that. And I think those are the type of things that can make a difference.
Obviously, it makes a difference at what age the child is, too, because for me, as your children get older, you normally grant them, and they normally are going to take, if you don't, a greater degree of autonomy. A 16-year-old kid is a different animal than a 12-year-old kid and an 8-year-old kid. There's no doubt about that. And the way you should be dealing with them is different as well, in my opinion. That's just people have different styles. But looking at it in my own house, I think it's a big deal. It's a big deal to me, and yet it's difficult to control, especially at this stage of someone's life. And yet, it's, and I think of it, it's a problem throughout. It's not just with children. And I think about that in meetings where I watch people receiving reports that are typing and looking at their screens. And I know sometimes they're typing and looking at their screens because they're processing what they're listening to and typing things about that down. And I understand that. It's also important to engage as closely as possible. So, in general, all of society is pulled out of reality by both what's on our screens, the content that's on our screens, and just looking at the screens constantly themselves. I'll let you know that the other night, I had about 2 days this week where I had insomnia and sleep deprivation, and I went out to solve it, and I sat late on the couch for a little bit and looked at my phone for a little while in the middle of the night, and then I went back in and finally got to sleep for about an hour, and as I came out of sleep, I was hallucinating after I was awake against the back of, and I realized it was in the shape of a telephone screen. These hallucinations, it was that weird, and it went away, and it was just like coming out of dream time into a wake state was all that was happening. But so that gives you some idea of the influence that they can have on you. And the content's another thing, and I know we can all argue free speech about content and what does and doesn't cause. There are those that argue that, for example, violence in video games and stuff like that gives kids an outlet. There's others that will argue that it creates violence, in real life. And I don't know the answers to those things. I'm not the expert, but I do think it's important that if we have data on that, as Sean said, maybe there's a little nugget that we pull out that we hadn't thought of, which there's a way that we can capsulize that data and make it available as educational information. So
I think it's a great observation, and it fits into this strategy really well, right? Provide community-wide positive youth development training. I've attended a couple of those. I think they're excellently done by the Mountain Youth Network, and I think something specific to electronics would be great. I'm not sure that we need to write that into this plan, or is that what you're suggesting?
I think it's as important as the substance abuse, which is all over the plan.
Yeah. Okay.
I think to have the nugget that I was talking about was there's something that's not there that we could think of, which is just simply a little sub goal under some of that behavioral health stuff could simply be, what are the, it says, I'm looking at what are we going to do about it, this problem. I'm looking at ozone pollution here, and you've got a scale on what are we going to do about it. And there's a whole lot of steps. And one step could be to develop and provide information on the effects of screen time versus outdoor activity and make that empirical evidence available to the public so that they understand in a distilled format, you know?
I might argue that, well, and there's a whole host of research to back me up. Cell phones aren't very dissimilar from opioids or any other drug.
Exactly.
Dopamine response is exactly the same. It's why they're so effective and why they're so addictive, because your brain is reacting the same way to opioids as they are to your screen time or TikTok or any of the other nonsense, right? It's exactly the same. So treating it as a substance use disorder and elevating it to that level, I would agree with you 100%. We do what I believe is a great job in my home. But it's still a constant battle of, okay, put that away right now. And addressing it from that perspective as opposed to some independent thing that is affecting our children when it's just as relevant and just as effective, detrimental to our children as any drug, I might argue.
It's much more pervasive.
Oh, it's incredibly pervasive and it's prohibited or it's permitted by parents, right? Mom, I want to do opioids. The answer is no 100% of the time.
It's legal.
I want to go on TikTok. Have at it.
I think I could support that, bringing in data on screen time, the healthy use of social media, et cetera.
That's exactly.
I think it really supports the narrative in that section and the conclusions, because we're saying that we want to, prioritize getting kids outdoors. It's already in the plan. That can construct a much more compelling narrative around it. And one of the things that this document can do for me, just like the housing needs assessment from 2018 has done for me, is I can read it, I can know it, I can reference it, I can pull it up when people are asking questions, and I can say, here's a quote from my public health assessment plan. It says screen time is a problem, right? Instead of, here's my opinion as one commissioner. So yeah, I'm all for that. I think that's a great example of.
Well, we're hitting the almost the 9:30 mark. And if any other comments that we better get out before that 9:30, you got one, George, or?
I don't think so. No, I made sort of the generalizations about where I think this document can be worked on and have some specifics that we can discuss. We can set up a meeting and discuss it.
The thing I would say is I think the document looks very professional, and like the use of imagery and just the way it's laid out, and it really reflects well on the county.
Yeah, and I want to, I'm going to hit on 2 or 3 really quick things because I try not to dig in too much on any of my own stuff. I mentioned the opioid use that I think has probably been underreported, possibly more so relative to some of the other abuses, the substance abuses we've seen in the county. But I don't know that for a fact, and I could be dead wrong and just believing my mind instead of what the real data is. I noted income disparity. I won't get into that. I noticed that it gives us an average income disparity. One issue we've seen in the county is when we aggregate income throughout the entire county, it doesn't reflect a pretty great divide between some portions of the county and the other. And that's not to say that it's not to cast aspersions on anybody. It's just to say there's a difference. And so that has some impact on access to healthcare, including mental health care and everything. I think suicide rates, I mentioned those were alarming, both suicide and suicide attempt rates. I think you mentioned the co-location. You emphasized wanting to make more robust the co-location of mental health services by our CMHC, which is JCMH. I think that is a critical imperative to make sure that we have active participate. I mean, it was really important that we get, if it's not them, it's somebody else, that somebody is here locally to be here for people when they need it, because when they need it then. And if they don't get it then, there's a very high follow-up rate. Vaping in that order, okay, is something that I think is a really big deal. And the ozone thing, I heartily support achieving regulatory grade equipment, but also operations so that the results of the data that we get are actionable in a legal manner, which means we can begin to say we qualify for those additional things like transit options and everything else. Senate Bill 180 was all about ozone. We're not in the ozone non-attainment area. And you can see that no ozone non-attainment areas stop right at county lines, which I think is a pretty comical thing. And we have had enough ozone readings here now to convince anybody that through different kinds of monitors to convince anybody that taking it to the next level and trying to get those organizations to do that is a really important thing. And then finally, I'd just like to say that this reminds me of another report that I was looking at recently in which we kind of tore a couple of holes in it along the way through. But what the deal was, we actually had something that was robust enough and good enough that it was complete enough and professional enough that we could see, okay, here's the gaps. In other words, the work that was done was good enough to be able to expose the gaps in itself so that it becomes pretty easy to correct and make it really good. So I think it's a really good effort. I really appreciate it. It's the best I've seen yet. And I just think I think one of its successes is that we were able to see it clearly enough to identify the things we talked about today. And I think we should all plan to get back to Tim with our comments on it individually and copy Brian is my guess. Does that sound like a good plan? Anybody else on the copy line, or is that good enough?
I think it's good enough. I can provide some comments in writing, and
Me too.
I'll probably reach out and try to set up a meeting. And
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I had a list of bullet points here that I just kind of read off, and I'll read through it again in more detail and think about what you guys said. Those were good thoughts. So with that, we've hit 9:30 and we're running like a Swiss watch here, according to my phone that I've been looking at, and only sent one text during the report, by the way. So speaking of screen time. How are your stocks doing, Sean?
I'm looking at a report from the Mayo Clinic actually about screen time.
On a screen?
Number 6 is go outside.
90 minutes before you go to bed, you shouldn't be looking at any screen.
Yeah, that's what happened. I got up in the middle of the night and it was clear to me, it's like I haven't gone crazy. I know what's going on. My brain is still doing what I was seeing, like imprinting into it behind my eyelids.
Baseline.
So, thanks. I guess that we haven't actually accepted it, but we've engaged, and I think I say we are accepting it. We're in the process of accepting it, and we're just trying to make some improvements. So, good to go.
Thanks for showing up, not on June 10th.
yeah, it's a hallmark of good process.
Yeah.
Getting something in time to have an opinion on it.
You guys know me well enough by now.
Next, an update with County Office of Emergency Management Team, Suzanne Bocha.
Good morning. Hi. Hi. Do you want me just to pull this up or are you just gonna?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get on your calendar. The last time we were here talking about the county wildfire grant, but I wanted to give an overview of where OEM, the successes and achievements OEM has had, and then where we're going in the future so that you can understand what we're doing and, offer any input on that. So what I provided to you was a draft of a 2-year strategic plan. So I did this once when I started in 2019, and then once COVID started and those things kind of got pushed. And so now trying to hone in again on the things that we want to accomplish. So first I'll just talk very briefly on a few things that we did accomplish in the last couple of years. And the first one is, yes, related to COVID. As you know, we had to do a lot of work in order to get reimbursement from FEMA for public assistance, whatever qualified under public assistance program. So the good news is all of those projects are submitted and we have gotten a bit of the funding back, and we're still waiting on some of it. But the good news is it's all done. A lot of work to do that, working with HR and working with finance. And some of the things coming out of that is there's processes and guidelines that I want to update to kind of have processes in place for whether we have a declared disaster or whether we have something smaller that can track personnel time and costs a little more efficiently, because it took a lot of hours to kind of just find receipts and, get time cards and things like that. So I've submitted for $745,000 and we've received about $323,000. And the other 3 projects have been, obligated by FEMA. They're approved and obligated, so they just have to send us the money. So that's great news, because that was taking up a lot of time. Well worth it, but taking up a lot of time in 2021. And as you know, the first half of, 2023, so in 2022. And as you know, the first half of 2022, after Jane had retired, it was just me. And so I was really focusing on trying to get that funding reimbursement. And in August, Melissa Lewis came on board, which has been absolutely fantastic. So what we were able to do last year was, what I was able to do was focus a lot on planning. So there's foundational documents that offices of emergency management have in order to conduct their business. So one is our emergency operations plan, which we had a significant update to, and that you all adopted. And we also updated our hazard mitigation plan, our natural hazard mitigation plan. Those are 2 big lifts. A lot of engagement with our internal county partners and external partners. So those 2 plans are on really good footing. And another thing that we have done is working with dispatch to provide some guidelines or create some guidelines with them on how we utilize a couple of those different emergency or urgent notification systems like HyperReach and Code Red. There's a lot of notifications that come off of that. So we put in writing kind of how we want to use those generally, what we use Code Red for, what we use HyperReach for, and how we initiate messages to our downstream water users if something gets in the creek. So I've been working with a lot of partners on that. So a lot of that coordination to get things in place. So then I'll move on to our strategic plan and just kind of give you an overview of where we're going. I grouped it into 3 areas, as you can see, goal 1, 2, and 3. The first goal, promote understanding of disaster risk to the community and methods for reducing risk. That's one of the major things that offices of emergency management do that I haven't had a whole lot of time to do. It's really tough to be able to engage the community in a meaningful and sustained way while doing, the other necessary required documents and plans and coordination. But I'm really looking forward to doing this in the future, and Melissa's going to take a big role in this. So the first way that we do this is through our MAC group when we meet monthly. We met last week. Our MAC group is our multi-agency coordination group, and that's with agency or department or division directors or their designees, Clear Creek Fire Authority, school district, and some others. And essentially talk about, we talk a lot about the items that are in the strategic plan, but we talk about any sort of operational concerns or emergency preparedness and readiness activities that they are doing and how we can work together to improve some of our capabilities. So that's been a really great group to engage with. And then coming off of that, we realized that we really didn't have a solid relationship with the American Red Cross. And by us, I mean emergency management, in that they've had some, employee turnover. So a few weeks ago, Melissa and I had a fantastic meeting with a couple of their representatives. And through that, we agreed that we want to launch essentially a community disaster preparedness initiative. So, Red Cross is super knowledgeable and capable in a lot of areas. They have a ready rating program for individuals and businesses to kind of look at a comprehensive list of things that they could do to be more prepared. So that's one aspect. And then there's a number of other aspects. So what we're looking to do with Red Cross is essentially in March, launch this. So Melissa is going to be our lead person coordinating with the Red Cross and through community engagement, bringing the public out to talk about how they can become Red Cross volunteers, because we also want to build that within our community so that when we need some volunteers, we can rely on an organization that is very good at managing volunteers very good at coordinating volunteers, providing them training. Because as much as I would love to do that, we just don't have the staff time and capability to do it well right now. And so let's partner with an organization that does. So we're really looking forward to that. And there'll be a lot of meetings, sessions, booths, events in the community to talk about preparedness for your household, for you as an individual, for your business, all for no cost to us. So that's a great thing. And we really want to focus on that in the next couple of years. Get my glasses. The second goal is around our natural hazard risk, the number one risk in the county, wildland fire. So this was, again, based on our hazard mitigation plan that was developed with public input. And we all know that, but to go through the process and evaluate that risk against other risks is important to do. And that's one of those 5-year requirements. So, we completed that grant and that we should be reimbursed for that any day. Something that I really want to focus on in the future, but I'm learning some options that we might have is now that we created this hazard mitigation plan, within a hazard mitigation plan, there's lots of ideas for hazard mitigation projects. And they're ideas. They're not necessarily supposed to be implemented, but I want to look at what they are, all the work that all of our municipalities and the public did to come up with these projects to see if any of them are feasible. Most mitigation projects, depending on what grant you use, they have a local cost share. Some of that can be offset through individual volunteer time or individual people's hours put towards that project. But not all. So, but what I've struggled with was how to do that with all the other things, because it would really be, it could be a number of ways. But what I've seen the most is it's another, meeting of folks, including our business community and the public, to talk about these are the things that we identified in this plan. What do we want to do? And some of them can be actual, construction type projects like Road and Bridge did post 2013 floods. It could be public information projects. So it's a range of projects. I just haven't had much capacity to do that. And I really want to do that to see what we can move on. Last week, Melissa and myself were at our state's emergency management annual conference. It was a fantastic conference. There were so many good presentations. I met someone there from Boulder County who is there, works in mitigation there. And I talked to him about this challenge of wanting to do more mitigation work, but not having the capacity to do it. So any ideas that he might have. And so he had a number of ideas, which were good, which is essentially trying to help facilitate projects happening, but not being the ones that kind of OEM not being the ones that kind of hold on to and manage the projects. So kind of that administrative oversight and going to find grants and getting them distributed, similar to what we do for the county wildfire mitigation grant. So, there are a number of ideas there, and, I would welcome any input that you all might have on those thoughts, because as you know, mitigation projects aren't quick and they aren't usually inexpensive. So while they're really important and they're important to, mitigate potential impacts of risks, how do we do that, in the current environment that we're in, but actually make some progress? We are, the third point in that goal, we are participating in the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership. So the partnership, to identify other ways of looking for grant funding or projects that can help with our watershed and forest health that aren't kind of traditional hazard mitigation funding sources. And so working with that partnership in Clear Creek Fire Authority, we've really identified a number of grants that we can go after, and they will help us write them. So we're trying to do kind of whatever we can in a different way, using the partnerships that we're involved in order to help with either wildfire mitigation or any other natural hazard mitigation, but clearly focusing on wildfire. There seems to be more leeway with our watershed groups and the funding that they have access to versus, again, the traditional kind of FEMA route for hazard mitigation. Let's see. The third goal relates to disaster operational readiness. And I categorized it like that, essentially to talk about our emergency operations center and all of everything that goes into creating an operations center that works. I just want to see how much time I've got. Okay, good. Plenty of time. So for a while on this strategic plan, I've had, let's implement a training and exercise program, which I haven't had a lot of time to do related to, working with COVID and other things. But this is important. Similar to, like information technology, OEM, we don't have a lot of stuff. We don't have equipment. We don't have staff. We rely on the expertise of our county workforce and our partners. In order to do that, they need to know what we might need in order to support a disaster. So we have a number of trainings that we want to roll out. Kind of what is an emergency operations center? What might your role be in there? If you come into it, and then once you walk into an EOC, what happens and what would you be doing? So we have that, and as well as an exercise program, which I really want to get off the ground to, now that we have our plans in place, our emergency operations plan, our hazard mitigation plan, how do we exercise them? So essentially we train people in our emergency operations plan and our procedures for an EOC. And then we do some exercises to get people practicing these things and finding out maybe where we need to improve a process, or maybe where we need to, that maybe we skipped something altogether. So that's where you kind of test out what your plans and processes are. And so we're going to be starting that in March 15th. We are participating in, it's a regional North Central region cybersecurity exercise. So there are many counties around the Denver metro area that are participating in this exercise. And CISA, the federal cybersecurity organization, they're the experts in this, and they're kind of designing it with regional input. So what I'm using this for is I'm going to activate and test out the notification and initial procedures in our emergency operations center. So, during COVID, we have to do everything virtually, which is fine. I want to provide that kind of standardization, because when you go into any emergency operations center anywhere, the training is generally the same. There might be some tweaks as to how you log on to this or what report they need exactly when. But generally, like if I went down to Denver or Boulder, or Adams County, and I went into a certain role in an EOC, they're all the same. So the benefit of that is if we need to call on our partners to help us, and I tell them I need a specific, planning section chief, they'll know what that is. I don't have to take the time to explain it and the skills that are needed. They're already trained up. They just need a little orientation to how our EOC works and what systems we use, and then they can run. So that's what I want to start to do with our county staff, because we can't run an EOC with one or two people. It's just not able to be done. And so what we want our EOC to be able to do is support our field responders so they can focus on that immediate, life safety and incident stabilization. And we can work on the consequence management, or looking at 2 days out, what kind of staff might they need, and saying, hey, we can help you staff your operation in 24 and 48 hours. We can do that. We have phones here. We can make the calls. You don't have to do that. Kind of take that burden off of them so they can focus on what they're doing at that time. The EOC is also a place where we track time and costs. That's a really important part. of what an EOC does, as well as situational awareness. So there are lots of processes I want to train people on and see who in the county might be interested in this. There may be people that are interested in participating in the EOC that I just am not aware of. And also, I want people to be familiar with the EOC, because even if they're not interested, and if we have a large disaster with many days or weeks or months, lots of coordination needed, I may need help, and I may just say, I need 5 people in the EOC tomorrow morning. And that's going to have to happen, because it's, in order to run an EOC, that's what's needed. And so I want to initiate this training program, countywide, and with our partners. And going back to the EOC, I want to make sure I'm on time. Good. Going back to the EOC, this room, this BoCC room, was listed as as the EOC that we would likely use in an event. For a number of reasons, I don't know that this would work. This would work in a pinch, absolutely. But what we've got, and now we have, different communications methods, which is great, but before we didn't have that. And so what I need to be able to do is kind of set up an EOC and keep it up. And it has to be able to, it has to be able to be ready very quickly, and we can't get bumped. So if you all need something, if the BoCC needs to have a meeting, absolutely, that's very important. But then what do we do? So I wanted to pick a location where we could have training, test our EOC. We're going to do monthly tests of radios and communications. So Clear Creek Fire Authority offered to locate it there. So right now, that's what we're doing to test out whether that facility would work for us. And so it's set up now. We have a number of different pieces of equipment on the wall. And we have a number of pieces of technology that are really going to help us there. And we've got a great partnership with CCFA, talking about different trainings we can use for the EOC, different exercises we can do. So I'm really excited about that potential. And so in the next, I don't know how many weeks there are before our exercise in March, we'll do some trainings and we'll test it out to see if it's going to work for what the county needs. I also like that location. It's a little more centralized. It has, 24/7, there are people there. Really looking forward to that, to see how that works. And the last area of disaster operational readiness that I wrote down was talking about a new phrase, an old plan with a new title. What FEMA used to call a multi-year training and exercise program is now called an integrated preparedness plan, an IPP. So it's a new structure, but it has similarities to the training and exercise plan. Essentially, it's trying to get you to plan out for a few years what training you want to target for the county, emergency preparedness, emergency response training, and exercises that you want to do. What this does is help everybody kind of get on board with, yep, I know we're doing exercise in September on XYZ, and we support that, or we don't need that exercise at all. Where did you come up with that? Let's do something different. It also kind of, it helps OEM to plan, because exercises take a while to plan. And so we're going to be creating an IPP. And the final thing is that through the work with our MAC group, they went through a process called a CEPA, Colorado Emergency Preparedness Assessment. And the state facilitates that. And it was a really good day-long session. There was a work that was done before then. But essentially what we came down to was the MAC group talked about the 32 FEMA core capabilities. We narrowed it down to 4 that we want to focus on over the next couple of years. And what that means is based on the information that we had at the time, we ranked our different capabilities of what we would be able to do within the county for emergency preparedness. So what we agreed to do was kind of focus on these four for the next year or two to see if we can bring those capabilities up a little bit. So those four are risk management and protection programs and activities. That's a pretty wide range of things, but essentially it's looking at our programs and our critical infrastructure to see what the risks are and how we can improve that area. Public information and warning. We knew during COVID coming out of that we, had some processes to work on for public information and warning and who does what and how. And another one, logistics and supply chain management. How do we, in an emergency, how do we order resources? How do we pay for them? How do we track them? Where do we order certain things from? And how can OEM take the burden off of dispatch, trying to manage, regular calls, 911 calls, and order things? How can we take a little bit of burden off of dispatch as well as track those costs? And the last one, mass care services. This is sheltering, feeding. This is a big one. We all ranked ourselves not very high in the ability to do this. I think we'd be able to do it. We would absolutely be able to do it, but we have a lot of work to do to make it a bit more streamlined and not as stressful during the time. Because, in the last two big Friday night, Saturday night snow events, there was one time where we almost had to activate a emergency shelter for people because they were, the travelers, and they were stuck. And there was a lot of components to that. Is I live in Lakewood. How would I do that from here? So we really talked about reshaping that whole process, is identifying kind of key people in each of our population centers that can help us stand something up very quickly if we, Melissa or I can't be there immediately. Because we recognize with a snow event, or it could be any event, but with a snow event, it wasn't going to work the way that we thought we might be able to do it. Like, Melissa and I come up, get all of our supplies from the area where they're stored, and then bring them to a school. That would take a long time to do. So we're looking at revamping that program. So in the interest of time, making sure I don't go over, 2 minutes. I wanted to update you on those things. I know it was a lot, but I just kind of wanted to, tell you what we're doing. And with Melissa on board, it is helping me incredibly start to be able to tackle some of these things that I've wanted to for, a few years, but just haven't been able to. So that is the end of my update.
Thank you, Suzanne. Gentlemen.
I have two quick ones. One is, I remember very well what the EOC looked like at the beginning of the pandemic, and it looked a lot different about 6 months later, or even 6 weeks later, or even 6 days later. Mm-hmm. Did we ever do sort of a retrospective and kind of figure out what we learned and document that for whoever's lucky enough to be sitting in all these seats next time this happens?
The answer is yes and no. So yes, we did that retrospective, like we did kind of a 6-month check-in with all the people that are working for the EOC, working with the EOC. Brian, once he came on board, facilitated a session with that. I haven't written it up yet. I recognize that is really important and I need to do it. I just haven't done it yet. So yes, we have the data and information. I'm not necessarily alone in this, that this is a difficult one to write. It's a unique, incident that has lasted a long time. So, there are a number of jurisdictions struggling with writing them. But however, yes, it is something that I need to do that I just haven't done yet.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be very important, not just for you, but we've talked about this for public health and everyone. And I think it's important.
Yeah, objective, frank, and everything. It's always good to download and learn from it.
Yep.
And experience.
I heard about the EOC being set up in the fire authority, and I know that presents some legal and technical issues related to setting up an IGA. And I know that Peter was interested in that. I don't know if you guys have gotten together since that came up in the last meeting or the one before.
No, we have not.
No, we talked about early on. We talked with Clear Creek Fire Authority about doing something like that. I guess the question would be, do we need to do that kind of before we start testing it? But we can talk offline, Peter. But yeah, we want to be able to do something like that. MOU, IGA, whatever it is that needs to be done. So We recognize that needs to be done. I was thinking, let's test it out, make sure it works first, for everything that we need. And, but yeah, I'll talk with Peter offline to see if we need to do that right now or if it, based on, proof of the pilot or the testing of it, when we need to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did follow up with Suzanne after it came up in the meeting with the sheriff's office where we did find that out. But because of what she just said, we weren't in a place, right, to get an agreement in place. So that's why we didn't follow up with Peter.
Yeah, I don't want to go into great detail. There are other kind of informal arrangements between like the fire authority and our EMS that have proven to be problematic because of a lack of documentation and roles and
Thank you for bringing that up. It was one of the things I had to bring up too. And I think the idea that we would test it out, make sure we want to do it before we go through the brain damage of setting up an MOU. I agree with that. With one caveat, which is that if there are things that we know that we're going to ask for that are hard, will be difficult, it might be good for us to raise those things now. So at least we can have some kind of verbal agreement. I don't know what those might look like. You might decide you need 24 access and therefore like a key to the facility. That could be something that, just an example that pops out of my imagination about things we might settle now.
Okay, yeah, you're right. We have had a number of those, informal conversations. So that specific item, and we've gotten that taken care of, but is it written down and agreed to right now? No. So it is, I've written that one down. So there is work to do on that. So I will follow up with Peter.
That's a good idea. Basically, those are technical developments that come out of some macro ideas that we have about how to change structure. So, yeah, okay.
Another couple of comments I have. First off, I know you don't report to this board, and so I don't think you're asking this board to adopt this plan. But I do appreciate you coming for the update and hearing our thoughts. So some thoughts that I have related to the second goal about wildfire. First off, I think it might be time for us to consider whether the local wildfire mitigation grant is the best use of the only dedicated dollars for wildfire mitigation the county has. I know I've heard a lot of people in various agencies say, hey, is that our best use of that? So I would love for us to take some time and think about whether that is important or whether it's the best use. I would love to see us, there's a lot of conversation about whether our current codes are sufficient for us to be eligible for grants and other programs. The one that comes to my mind right now is the BRIC grant, Building Resilience and Communities grant. I think we have to have certain codes adopted to be eligible for those funds.
Building codes.
And I know that at least a few years ago, we weren't at a level where our partners were eligible for that grant. So I view that as a top priority as it relates to I don't know if it's in your wheelhouse, if it's in your shop to help us figure out where we need to work on our codes or not, but it's an open question.
Yeah, no,
It's only building codes, correct? Primarily.
I don't think I know what I'm talking about. I think what I'm talking about is the fact that there are, we have to have codes at certain thresholds, like year dates, in order to be eligible for a lot of different federal programs. And the last I checked, we were not.
That sounds like it gets outside. I know resilient building codes, and not just the building itself, but what's connected to the building, what's connected to a building permit, is the same thing, that we need to be at certain levels ourselves so that we show we're making it the effort. They want to help those who are working to help themselves. So with the grants.
yeah, I think that fits into essentially looking at our natural hazards and that risk. And if we need to update some codes, can work with planning or whoever it might be to identify what those are and then what it would take in order to do that. But yeah, if that would make us eligible for more funding opportunities, yeah, absolutely. I'll write that down and I'll talk with planning on that.
And our partners, like importantly, I think St. Mary's Metro District wanted to go after a grant and found that this board needed to do some work for them to be eligible.
That'd be true over and over green too, potentially.
Yeah. And then lastly, I know we already have this in process, which is probably why it doesn't appear in this document, the Community Wildfire Prevention Plan.
Yeah, that is a big grant that we thought we would hear about by now. So we applied for that grant to update our community wildfire protection plan, which is dated 2008. And similar to what you just said, it has to be dated within the past 10 years in order to then go after the next piece of what that grant opportunity is, which is up to $10 million for actual mitigation projects with a local cost share. But until we get that plan updated, we can't go after at least that part of the funding. As soon as we hear about that grant, I'm actually a little surprised we haven't heard yet, just because we were told early 2023, but it's still pretty early. We were hoping January. So once we get that, we'll review with, State Forest Service and U.S. Forest Service, kind of how we said we wanted to do this, whether that's still feasible, and the time frame, and how we want to engage our community in that. Because we've, through a lot of the different meetings, like the Emerge meeting, there are a number of folks that are kind of ready to go to get those updated. So really looking forward to that, get those things updated so that we have a better understanding of what folks want in the CWPP, and so that we're eligible for more of that funding.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay.
Really appreciate this update.
Good. Yeah, we just, we've got a lot going on, and realized we'll come to you if we need a plan adopted and talking to you about different grants, but kind of wanted to give you that picture of all the things that we're working on all together. So,
Thank you.
all right, thanks.
So the next item we have is the,
If I might, I just want to offer up a note of thanks.
I was thinking about that when I said our next item, but I was looking at the clock and I should have said thanks.
Having the unfortunate experience of working in an active EOC with a wildfire where we had to evacuate half of our town. The fact that our county at that time was trained in the ability to operate in EOC was so important to our ability to get through that. So I cannot support enough the work that she's doing and what she's saying we need to be doing as an organization to get us to a place where we can be there, because we're not there yet, right? We're not trained in that. God forbid that happens now, right? We're not trained. So
Understood.
this work is extremely important that she's suggesting we do. So I just wanted to offer up a note of thanks and support for that.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for reminding me that we need to do that too. I think Suzanne knows, I think we've all worked with her enough that she knows we appreciate the work she does, and it's a good report. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and for all of your support for all these programs. So, all right.
I don't know what's with me trying to stay on the clock that quick, but it's not my style. The next item we have is the consent agenda. And the first question I'll ask is, do either one of the commissioners have anything they'd like to pull out or discuss or just make note of? No.
None from me.
Okay. I think the only thing I would just ask for, and it's not a discussion of it or anything else, we all understand it. And I read the, the memo on it clearly, and thanks, Peter. But I think, Peter, you're probably the best person to do this, to describe it. To anyone who just looks at the agenda on its surface, or when I read it, hears it, it looks like we're revoking the sheriff's ability to declare a fire. And I just didn't want anyone who listened or heard this to think that that was the case. What we're really doing is cleaning up the books. Would you like to describe for the public here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did mention this the last meeting as well, because I knew it would be coming up. You'll recall that in the last meeting, the board approved the passage of a revised ordinance concerning fire regulations, specific as to enforcement mechanisms and the penalties. That was the new ordinance, now ordinance number 16. Hand in hand with that, as we were going through trying to make sure that everything was that there were no conflicts in our resolutions, we found this older resolution that basically says a similar thing, but it might create confusion since we have an ordinance out there as well. So just to clean things up, we put this resolution on to rescind that resolution. It does not take away the ability for the sheriff to declare a fire ban or anything like that, because that's already in the ordinance. It's just rescinding the resolution itself.
Right. Okay, so basically it still works the same way. We give the authority to the sheriff to be able to declare fire bans under this newest resolution as well.
Right. Typically, the sheriff will very often declare the fire ban. The board will ratify it, but yes, it works that same.
Yeah, okay. So nothing's changed. We just cleaned up the law a little
Exactly.
bit.
And
Okay.
the only change, just so we're clear on to the ordinance as to the fire ban, none of the substance on how that process works was changed under that ordinance that was passed. It was just the fact that we no longer can require jail time as a result of violations. It's civil penalties only.
Okay. And yeah, I just wanted to state that we've had in terms of the way we've declared fire bans, I mean, nothing's ever perfect, but I think our history with this has been really good collaboration between the fire departments, the U.S. Forest Service, the adjacent, especially Gilpin Clear Creek, because we're kind of in it together a little bit. We're kind of separated from Park, but we always seem to make sure we're on the same page and try to be consistent so that we're all on the same stage of ban so that people aren't confused about what they can do where. They have to pretty close to do the same thing everywhere. And they've done a really good job. The Sheriff's Department's done a really good job of that so far. So that said, if nothing's taken out, I will read the consent agenda. Number one, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number two, consideration of approval of what we just talked about, Resolution 23-16, resolution rescinding, Resolution 0183, a resolution invoking the Clear Creek County Sheriff to implement and lift fire bans in Clear Creek County. Number three, consideration of approval of January 10th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Number four, consideration of approval of a letter supporting the City of Idaho Springs Raise Planning Grant, the 2023 Planning Grant application. Number five, consideration of approval of the TANF contract for Department of Human Services. With that, do I have any discussion after hearing those? Motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we have an abatement hearing for Kruger, Walken, and Antis Canfield with Donna G.
Mr. Chair, given that Donna G is not in the room, can I ask for a 5-minute bio break?
I think that's a great idea. I was going to ask.
She is online, but we can still take a break if you want to.
She will be appearing by Zoom.
She's appearing by Zoom.
2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. 3, I've got to get to my car and get my coffee cup I left out there this morning.
Peter, can you hear me? Peter? Okay, beautiful.
Okay, we're back in regular session, and our next portion is the abatement hearing for Etna Kruger, Waukon, and Antis Canfield, and Donna G., who's on screen.
Hi,
Hi, Donna.
how are you guys?
Good.
Good.
So Donna, I don't know which one you want to start with. We've got 23-20, which is approved 3 abatements for 2021 and 2022.
Okay, I have that one in my hand.
And one of them is Waukon and 2 are Antis Canfield. I don't know
Correct.
how that comes up on your scan, guys. It's 23, 20,
Yeah.
19, and 18. Or, no. 23, 20.
So I see a lot of memos.
There's a bunch, yeah, I read through these
This
last
one-
night.
The recommendation is approve 3 abatements for 2021 and 2022 is how it starts off.
That is correct.
There you go,
One.
if you want.
So Donna, could you recap for the board how these packets are put together?
Sure. These packets are put together kind of by what they're requesting, what Chip is requesting. So the first one we're working on, all 3 of these have no access. So I'm requesting the approval for 21 and 22 together on them both, because if 21 has no access, 22 will also have no access. And then I don't know what you guys show next. There's the approved 12 abatements and denied 12 abatements.
I'm going to respectfully suggest that we just do one packet each thing, because I believe there's 5 separate groupings that you did.
Yes,
It'd just be easier for
Right.
the board to do a motion on each grouping.
I think I see, and this is different than we've usually received them.
Yeah,
And which is not bad. I'm not saying it's wrong or anything, but I was thinking that if we have well, let's just get through it. So I think one at a time, if we look at one of the, let's start at the top. I see a recommendation. Assessor's Office recommends approval of abatement account 87, R8791 for the 21 and 22 tax years.
correct.
And so it's approval of that one.
Are there 3 in that one, Donna? In
That is correct.
grouping? So what Donna did, what the assessor did was group ones that were similar and what she was making a certain recommendation on into particular groups, so that the board could make a motion to approve the entire group
Okay,
as reflected in the packet.
okay.
It'll save you having to read each and every specific number on there.
Okay, does each one of these memos
represent.
reflect a group?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So I'm looking for the petitions themselves. And I see Antis Canfield submitted, I see the petitions for that case, 23-18 A through, is it F?
I think it's through J.
G, H,
D,
I, and K, L, M. So A through M. I see all of those cases, one petitioner, one property owner for that list of properties. Where do I find those petitions for the other groups of cases? Because I don't know, I don't know if this matters, and I don't want to be overly bureaucratic here. I hesitate a little bit to approve a recommendation that doesn't include the petition for me to review. And I only see petitions related to the Anfield cases in this packet. But I might just be not seeing it somewhere.
So that's the 12, right? This is the one you're looking at?
23-18 and
Yeah.
Antis Canfield.
and it's A through
M.
M, but J got pulled out because that goes in a different packet. You should be missing J.
You are right. J is skipped.
So this
So-
would be 2318A through M excluding J. And she's recommending approval of 12 abatements for 2021 and denying 12 abatements for 2022. And she's saying for the approval, comparable sales support the value for 2021. But the values for 2022 says are supported by the 2021 values.
Okay.
So I'm just reading off your cover sheet, Donna.
Yes. And if you need a little more explanation, I can provide that.
I think that would be helpful.
Sure, okay. So he had requested a value for 21 and 2022 for each of these. The 2020 value needed to be adjusted because it was too high. But then he also requested a 2022 abatement, and that value was already set by the comparable that was done in 2021. That value is what he is requesting, or what we are suggesting the value should be, supported by the comparables. So if we look at the very first one for Antis Canfield on R008770, the first one, he's requesting a value of 17,270 for 21 and 22. The comparables suggest 23,940 being adjusted from 36,340 for 2021. And 2022 is the value supported by the comparables for 2021 at the 23,940. And that goes throughout the packet with varying amounts.
And so that makes sense to me that on the Antis Canfield case, and the reason it makes sense to me is because I'm able to look through the actual petitions that were filed. And so I'm in support of your recommendation on that one. I don't know.
Is that just A or is it A through M or
A through M with the exception of
J?
J.
Okay. Sean, do you have any comment?
Nope.
Well, with that, I have no other further discussion regarding those. Who wants to make a motion here?
I move we accept the assessor's recommendation for abatement on cases 23-18 A through M with the exception of J.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then we have another one to consider, which is a denial. Is that correct? Is that Jay?
Denial is 2319A.
And that's the only can somebody else point to me a document that has the petitions that were submitted for any of these
I
other
didn't see the
cases?
petitions in any, I went through the whole pack to the end.
Oh, this is-
What I have is I've got a bunch of documents that are agenda memos that are documenting the
go.
assessor's recommendation. And I don't know, I mean, Randy, Sean,
I'm looking at, here's an example right here.
yeah, that's the Antis
Yeah.
Canfield stuff.
So if you click on, what's the?
So it's-
Growing pains, just
Is this the
getting used to
23?
new.
Yes.
This is consideration of 23, but I don't know.
Where the petitions are.
Abatement petitions for Etna Kruger properties. I feel like I need a little bit more No, well, not a little bit more. To be very precise, I feel like to approve these or make a judgment on these, I need to see the petitions themselves. And I only see the actual petitions on the Canfield cases that we already addressed.
Let me see what else you have for the 23. You have 23 abatement petitions, 23.
So I see that one, and it's an agenda memo,
I get your point.
and I see.
I'm looking above.
The doc.
That's still Annis Canfield.
There's no petitions attached.
There's, yeah.
So I don't think we can consider those.
So
Without the petitions attached.
today was the last day that we could hear them, but can't we make a motion to continue? And then that keeps us in the time frame allowed?
Is there a reason we can't produce those
Today.
petitions and have the board come back today?
That's what I'm thinking.
I have them right here.
If you've got them in,
So we could supplement the record with them. They should have been included in the packet.
Yeah.
If we could just make a copy for the board and then we can circle back to these. Donna, you'll come back
Yes.
if that works for the board, so the board has some time to look at them.
Yep.
Or we could just table it for 5 minutes, get the copies, and you can look at them that way. They were to be in the packet. I know when
Right.
we provided them, when we reviewed the agenda memos and the packet information and provided them, they were there.
okay. I mean, I don't think I need a ton of time to review these cases. They tend not to be complicated, and our assessor is going to have good recommendations for us, so.
And I think you have an interview at 10:30. If you guys want to do that, it might give me time to run copies really quick.
Why don't we, we've made this move on one. Why don't we, why don't we give you a little time to get that, and why don't we move to the work session on the county commissioner district?
No, you've got a
10:30.
outside person for an interview. Open Space Commission,
Oh,
are they here?
Well, yep.
coming at what
Still
time?
From 12:30, so it's Axtell.
Coming at what time?
Get to 10:30 because of all the changes in the agenda,
Okay, well, why don't we go to that?
I'm not seeing them yet.
unless they're not here.
I'm not seeing anybody with that last name. I do see an AFJR, which could,
No, that's
No?
all Fry.
okay.
Do you have phone number or anything on there?
I'm not seeing them yet, no.
I can text her.
What's that?
I talked to her this morning. She said she was coming.
Like physically
Oh,
can't
she's
show up.
calling me. Hold on.
That probably means she's listening.
Hey, it's Beth.
That was the open space commission. Okay, excellent.
Yes,
Hi. Did you go to the Zoom link?
I did, and I'm in there.
Cross you over now.
Okay.
Thanks.
She's crossed over.
We have another item, which is I noticed the sheriff and the undersheriff and these guys in here, and we had also mentioned that we were going to have a discussion regarding those issues and submissions that did not have the documentation attached. And we said that we'd give them a given amount of time. So is Kay coming on right now? Is that correct?
I think I'm on.
Yes.
I don't see a picture, but I do have, I unmuted myself.
Is she a panelist?
Yeah, I just asked her to start video.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is a little different. Okay, all right, here I am. Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, let's go through with this interview since we just brought Kay on, since we just contacted her and brought her on. And then I would suggest that after that, we have the suggestion regarding the sheriff's item that that's lined out on this thing, but I know that we did communicate with them that we'd have an opportunity to at least talk for a bit about that when we were in here today. So if we can do that, I think that's best. So you guys, is that the pleasure of the board?
That sounds good to me. Maybe 11 o'clock for the sheriff's office.
As soon as, well, yeah, we could do K and then we could finish this abatement hearing and then hit the sheriff's office at 11, if that's okay. Does that work for you guys? Okay, and you're welcome to stay or to, go have a Diet Pepsi or whatever.
And then Matt, it looks like we're an hour.
Thank you.
Matt loves being here.
That looks so authentic.
So should we have Donna call back in at a certain time?
I think Donna should be coming on right after this, so I'd say Donna back in here at 10 of, or yeah. Excuse me, 10 of 11, since we just told these guys 11. So maybe we can clear this up in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes for K, 10 minutes at 10:50 for Donna.
Abatement for Donna, and then we'll talk to the sheriff at 11, so. Okay, so here we are. Kay, welcome.
Thank you.
I think we've known you for a long time. I know you've been hanging around working on a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'll open it up to my two colleagues to see if you have, first of all, Kay, do you have any opening comment that you'd like to make?
No, I think I kind of submitted that in the application.
Okay, I think I'll open it up to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for Kay.
Well, even though you submitted it in your application, thanks for that. I would love it if you would just tell us, for the people who might be watching the meeting who haven't met you before or read your application, tell us a little bit about yourself and your time in the county and what your interest is in joining the commission.
Okay, happy to. Well, I have been in the county for about 50 years or more. And love living in this county, especially love everything it has to offer. And for that reason, I've been very involved in many things, especially the kinds of things that involve the open space. I kind of started with all of this in working to preserve the Beaverbrook watershed quite a while ago. And that kind of got me involved. I've been here long enough to know, certainly the people that have lived here for a very long time, very much enjoy the residents. My kids went to school here. I got to know people through Snow Dodgers. And for the past several years, it's been through being involved in SOLVE, Save Open Lands, Vistas, and the Environment. And I'm currently on the ROMP committee. I think we're at a critical time in this county. And I think that I feel the way that many residents do, that it's really important that we are very careful about planning what's going to happen to our county in terms of how we use our lands and that kind of thing. Are there more questions? I'm happy to answer.
Okay. Now, what other question do you have?
Yeah, I remember meeting in this room before. We were talking about open space a few months ago, I think it was. I'm curious to also hear kind of what's there's a wide spectrum that the Open Space Commission gets engaged with, including sort of indirectly economic development and more directly recreation. Maybe a little bit about your interests and passions across all of the different areas that the Open Space Commission operates in.
Certainly. I am aware, I've become more aware through my involvement with the ROMP committee, whatever that's called. And I know that we're at a critical time here in the county for many reasons. One of them is that we need to figure out how we can make the best economic decisions. Also, I understand that because we're so close to Denver and our county is so beautiful, so easy to visit, that people are going to want to recreate. I run into a lot of people in the watershed that are really having a nice time. And I feel that we need to open allow other people, not just Clear Creek County people, but other people to enjoy what we have. At the same time, I feel that we've got to be very careful that we don't become a resort community or I think we're just so unique. I mentioned in Romp that I like to use Salida as an example. They're a beautiful place. They welcome tourists, but they haven't, destroyed what they have. So I do have a strong feeling about the conservation part of the mission statement for open space. And yet I understand that there's a lot going on right now. So kind of across the board. And I
Thank
do
you.
want to with what we have. Yeah.
I think that's all I've got.
George. Yeah, I commented a question. I looked through your resume and have seen your resume in action. You've been very dedicated to this community for a very long time, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your volunteerism, and I appreciate your orientation toward conservation. The question I have for you, I know you're privy to the conversations we've been having about the Open Space Commission and talking about the role of the Open Space Commission and its duties and functions. I know that but I'm just going to describe for the benefit of the public sort of the changes that have been made. The Open Space Commission used to directly manage staff. And their charge was to build the strategic plan and manage the execution of that plan with staff. And what we have as a board done is take the staff management piece out of it, kind of in acknowledgement. I'll share my opinion. I think Randy and Sean agree that the strategic planning piece wasn't moving the way we needed to. We need a strategic plan for every property. We need, et cetera. And those things just haven't been happening. So we're asking the Open Space Commission to use the time that they used to use managing staff's day-to-day activities instead to do this strategic planning so that we can really accelerate that process. I would hesitate to appoint you if your intention on this planning commission was to try to reverse that decision. I would love to appoint you if your intention was to really hit the road running with having staff facilitate a process on the Open Space Commission where you guys really move quick and in the construction of these strategic plans for all of these properties that we really need. So can you respond a little bit to that and how you intend to participate in that process moving forward?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I've been following what's been going on for quite a while since you guys first started talking and Open Space started talking about the change. I've attended meetings and so forth just to see what's going on. That's how I found out that they had openings. And I believe from what I've observed, and I can't really say because I haven't been a part of the committee ever. Open Space seemed to be doing a good job, and I haven't paid much attention to what they were doing until just recently. But for the past several months, I have been attending their meetings and so forth and following stuff. And so it's my impression that the members of the commission understand the new changes and are, looking for some guidance. And I would be the same way. So I would not be going in to resist the change. The change has happened. And I would simply hope to go in as somebody that really could help because I really need some people now. And I have a lot of knowledge and a lot of energy. I would enjoy hitting the ground running. I always kind of wanted to be on open space. Just because of, what they do. And that kind of appeals to me. I like the outdoors. I like recreating in the outdoors. I love the county. So, no, I wouldn't be trying to reverse decisions that are already made. I would simply want to support the commission in moving forward.
Thank you. That's really my only question. I know you well, and And I just know how important it is right now that the Open Space Commission, every one of its members is ready to row in the direction of constructing these plans, right? And doing so in a good faith environment where they trust staff to bring them the questions that they need to be answering and have some facilitation around the rapid construction of those strategic plans.
Yeah, and I think I have a similar bent. Bouncing off of both what both Sean and George have said in different ways. I think definitely we're looking for an open space commission that operates maybe a little more, I'll say like Jeff goes, where they act as a strategic advisory board to the county commission on how these properties should be used, treated. Sean mentioned 2 of 3 very important elements. I know he cares about this, so I know it wasn't an omission, intentional omission, but there is another charge there, which is conservation along with economic development and recreation. And I talked to Sean enough to know that he cares about that too. So that's not a thing.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, okay, enough to know that that's kind of her primary focus is my experience of her, which is why I didn't mention it.
Yeah, so it goes without saying. Yeah, sure. And I get it. We think about that a lot. So, and toward that end, I know the Open Space Commission that's been existing and been operating for a long time was built for the purpose of and still has operated that way and operated well with that conservation ethic in mind, not without taking time for transportation for recreation as well. And the connection to the economy is obviously through recreation and visitation. So toward that end, I would just like to ask you how you feel that balance falls, and probably in as few words or less. Well, we've got about 3 or 4 minutes here, about 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll try. No, I understand that. My heart's always been in conservation. I'm that kind of person. However, I understand the needs of the county. And I think that they all matter to me. My heart is in conservation, but I'm understanding, the other needs as well.
Okay. Yeah, and I wanted to say that George mentioned that what will happen is staff will bring to you the questions and then you'll answer those questions. I think we also, personally, I can't speak for the other 2 guys, but I look for someone who feels free to speak, not to try to manage, but to try to actually do the entire job of advisement, which is to also offer your own ideas about the use of these different open space lands. And I say that because we have so many various types of uses for open space lands. Some of the places we have, developed with for recreation with the support of open space, and some of those have been left intentionally in what some people would call a state of neglect, but which in this case has been intentional for the purpose of saving it as wildlife habitat, and they were purchased exactly for that purpose. And so understanding that there's a wide range of advice that we may seek you to weigh in on is important. So as long as you're ready for that, I'm happy with it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Yeah, and just to respond to your words, just really quickly, my intention isn't to describe or flesh out a process of facilitation here. I probably got overly specific in those words because I missed a lot of other things.
Okay.
Basically, what I'm looking for is I think everyone on the Open Space Commission needs to be prepared to embrace staff facilitation. And we can look up facilitation and what that means. It's largely neutral. But you do have to trust staff to go outside of the room and prepare the questions and do the research that's being asked. And I don't see that that's happening right now. And I don't want to make this situation, I'm looking to appoint people that'll make that situation better.
Yep. I agree with that. I do have one other question, just mostly out of sense of curiosity. You mentioned in your application, and I think I knew this, that you've been involved with Solve since the beginning. So you've seen a lot of things and been part of a lot of things. What would you say is your accomplishment that you're most proud of in your time at Solve?
Well, I think it was the reason we originally started was the Beaverbrook watershed. And pretty amazing. It kind of blew everybody's mind that property was saved. And I think it's greatly enjoyed.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my point was only that the facilitation is not to mean, they should be free to speak their mind on any subject and speak when spoken to and bring their own thoughts to the agenda as well, rather than be told what to talk about and stop there.
Just like how it works on this board, we trust
Yeah.
staff to facilitate our conversations.
But we bring up what we wish in the meeting,
Yep.
just like this.
That's great.
Okay. Thanks, Kay. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So do we have Donna back on yet?
I will.
I don't know that we're ready yet because we're still waiting for the
Oh, okay.
packets of information.
Well, if that's not going to be ready, then at 11 o'clock, I think we would move to the sheriff if they come in and then move to Donna after. So.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure that the assessor can wait until the documents are provided.
So that said, I guess we should sit here in case she pops on the screen or we suddenly have the documents. There she is.
Does the board want
They
to
need
take,
10 minutes. We could do the fire IGA. That one should be quick.
we can do one of the executive sessions then.
Well, she's on the screen right now. Do we not have the documents?
No,
still?
they need 10 minutes.
They need 10 minutes. We've got the sheriff at 11. I think we asked him to come back at 11, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so I think we'll roll with the sheriff at 11. And that will be no more than a half-hour conversation, I think, at that point. That's my guess.
Right.
And,
If that, yeah.
yeah, and
We have time for an executive session now if you'd like to before
Before
the
11.
sheriff shows up. We have,
That doesn't feel very practical to me, 7 minutes.
yes, I don't know how we go into an executive session, get out of it in under 7 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, the fire IGA should be short, but
Then it'll be short later.
Yeah, it can be short later.
that works.
We don't intend that word as a pejorative.
so are we just going to take a recess for 7 minutes?
I think so. If we're not going to have the documents at this point in time to get through that, then. So we'll call a recess for till 11 o'clock right now.
Donna, you can stay on as a panelist if you want and just make your video go away because then we won't see you in here, but that way you can just pop up when we're ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool.
Donna, we're going to have a session with the sheriff at 11 o'clock. So it will be after that session that we'll have you come on then and hopefully we'll have all those documents by then.
Okay.
Please. Okay, we're back in regular session of the Board of County Commissioners, Clear Creek County. And the next item we're going to take up, we're a little bit out of order today because of some changes that were made to our agenda over the weekend. But the next item will be a discussion with the Sheriff's Office regarding some requests on, I think both a funding item and then a couple of requests on some strategic changes or planning. So I know Under Sheriff Stein, I don't know who else you'd like. We've got two chairs up here if you want to.
And we can easily add a third.
And add a third.
Depending on where the discussion is that you were mentioning you had questions on, we can bring Kyler up.
Okay. First of all, I know that we had, there had been an intent to, first of all, there's been kind of an agenda. We've had a new policy in place. It came out of sometimes when we had some folks come in for presentations, present them to us, and in some cases, we'd never seen the material before, nor is there a way for the public to access and have that and have full transparency where they can see what the documents are that we're using for those discussions. And so we did ask, I know we had one in here in which we had an update from one of the other departments on our side. And we just said, let's not do this anymore. From now on, if you're putting something up on the screen that we're going to be looking at, we'd like to see it the week before so we have time to process and think. Otherwise, we can't react to it at all because I need time to think about things and think about unintended consequences and stuff like that before I make a decision and can help with direction. So a little more time is helpful. So we said, let's have a rule. Let's have like an ironclad rule. And actually the same thing happened on our end of the house this week too. And we had an item come up that didn't have any presentation materials attached. And we asked for that item to be canceled too. And it was for somebody else that was coming in from outside to work with us. And so I just wanted to let you know, this isn't something that was, it's something we're trying to make sure that we have more transparency and so that we're better informed before the meetings. That's all. So sorry about all that, but we're sticking to it generally for that reason. But we did want to take the time because the time was blocked out on the agenda to talk to you today a little bit about both that and maybe talk a little bit about the items that you want to talk to us about so that we could at least, I know I feel like this, I'm not speaking for the others, so I had a couple of 3 questions about the material that didn't make the packet and that Chief Stein sent us over the weekend that might help clarify and make the future meeting if we have one, if we reschedule this portion of the meeting that could work better. It would make that a more informed discussion later on. So anyway.
The one thing I would add to that, we're trying to a little bit move away from having extremely long PowerPoint presentations where the presenter is merely reading through the presentation. Having it in advance gives the public a chance to look at it, gives us a chance to look at it so that you can really focus on the salient information and allow us to ask questions and kind of get to the essence of the issues that we need to resolve rather than, having a one-way conversation when we can just read it, on Thursday the week before.
Totally agreed. In fact, county manager and I had a discussion on that Thursday. He said to make sure I was on the agenda, I had to get the agenda memo into him that day by 4:00. I did. He said I could bring the PowerPoint on Tuesday morning. My reply was, no, actually, I'll get it emailed to you because I want it in the packet for the weekend. But clearly we had some failures. I don't know how or what, not trying to die on that hill or anything. We'll get it for the next one. I'll send additional updates with the new dates and so forth, just for minor corrections or details. But you said you have questions and I appreciate being here so that we can keep this moving forward.
Well, the only other thing I would add to that is just the other really important reason to have these requests and this information get to us early is as much as I'd like to think that I can know and think through everything myself, I actually rely on a lot of staff, specialized roles, and they need time to look through it and talk about it amongst themselves and help advise us.
Right.
So it's just I just wanted to add to the reasons why this process is important.
There's one other one too. We only offer public comment at generally 9:00 in the morning. And if there's something that we're going to talk about later and it's not advertised, people don't have the opportunity to weigh in on that.
They can't see it coming. They don't know what's in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Definitely in agreement.
And we have deadlines in place for staff a full week before this meeting actually happens to get that stuff turned in for those very reasons, right? And there are times where I grant people slack and I think maybe that I need to stop doing that and just holding tight to our deadlines. And if things aren't submitted, they won't be on the agenda.
Yeah.
With regard to, sorry, guys, with regard to that stuff, I don't know how much more we need to talk about that process and what we're looking for in the future, which is, we really like to have stuff in. What's the deadline? I'm trying to remember again. Is it
It's a
the
full
week ahead?
It's a full week, so we have time to compile, we have time to review the agenda before it even gets into your hands on that Thursday, right? So it's due a Thursday before that, right? Our goal is to get you a packet on the Thursday before your Tuesday meeting.
Right.
That packet of information is due a full week before that even, so we have time to review it all.
And I keep thinking Friday, but Friday's not a day anymore. So Friday's the weekend. So that's the reason. So usually the Thursday before, so about 10 days before the meeting, 10, 11 days before the meeting is when we like to have information like that. So it's in timely fashion. In any case, and I know that there was some differences of opinion about who said what to whom, and all I can say is that George and Sean and I have each miscommunicated with each other before. And as a matter of fact, I know Chief Stein well and have for a long time, and I know Brian well, and we've had conversations I know with you in the last month or so, and sometimes before that, where we've communicated, and it took us a while to get clear, and we actually knew what each other was saying to each other. And I've had the same situation happen with Brian in the last week, and it's just, sometimes you say some words and you actually say it accurately, but there's a couple words left out, or it can be taken three ways and people misunderstand each other. So I don't think there's any point in throwing darts at who's at fault, but somewhere we got mixed up on this thing about what would allow it to happen and be on the agenda. So,
Understood.
any more comment from you guys about this, about how we get on the agenda stuff? Good?
Happy to answer your questions.
Okay. Well, I think I'll kick it off to my two compadres here first.
Yeah, well, I will make an admission, which is I worked all weekend and didn't read any of the stuff that you sent over yet because I didn't get home until after dark last night. But with that said, there is some time that we have. So if there's something that you guys want to get us thinking about, or you want to kind of summarize what you had intended to do over the three agenda items, I would love to kind of hear that just so we can at least make some progress. And like I said, get us thinking about any type of research or work, cooperating with you that we need to be getting going on.
I think, George, got any comment or question or anything right off?
I agree with Sean's comments. I haven't really had a chance to digest this. I do have some specific comments and questions related to some of the material, but.
Yeah, and I did take the time to read through it in its entirety, everything he sent, just because I didn't want to. So I had two or three comments, and one was my understanding from talking to you about this. There was both a statement, and then I saw them portrayed slightly differently in the statement than I heard. And what I saw was that there's some bills that have to be paid or money that has to be spent. So this is a pretty time sensitive thing, and you'd like to get it done as soon as possible. And so for that reason, I'd suggest that if we're unable to give any advisement or give direction today, that we do reschedule it for the earliest possible date to have a more substantive conversation with that material in there. With regard to that, I looked at the material and in the material was I looked at the proposals for the work to be done that was most immediate. I think that you were suggesting. It looked like it was either deferred maintenance or deferred equipment purchase or something like that. Totaling, there are about 4 or 5 different projects totaling. I just put on my note here, I just put down $65,399.65. In other parts of the request and the discussion were talks about the different kinds of relationships we might enter into to manage dispatch going into the future. And these tie together for a reason. One is urgency on the one hand versus the different possible directions we might go on the other. You made a point that whether we go with Jeffco or whether we continue to work ourselves or whether we go into a partnership with Gilpin, under any of those scenarios, a lot of this equipment and stuff remains and still has to be maintained as additional cost to the county, towers and things like that. A lot of different there's a lot of different expenses that go beyond handing it off to Jeffco that we still have to spend. So one of my questions was of those things that you're most concerned about, that are most pressing, at $65,000+, how much of that is stuff that has to be done whether or not we're with Jeffco? You know, or how much of this is money to be spent regardless of which direction we go when we choose a direction to go in?
All three of those projects. So the easy, quick life radio replacement, we are doing an end of life as radios cannot be reprogrammed, upgraded, and replaced as they die out. We still have to maintain our own radio system. So that was one of the proposals that was quoted back, and I'll look back at the dates, but I noted December 6th of 2022 was a purchase order, basically, a quote under last year's pricing to take advantage before they went back up, our annual purchase of radios that would be required to replace out old ones. So that was the end of life radio replacement program that is listed for $36,159.65. So that is equipment. The other two deal with our repeaters, the towers, the Saxon repeater repair for $8,680. And that one was, the initial date was September 27th of 2022 with the updated quote on October 7th. The only difference in that is the labor was added on for, I want to say $1,880 on October 7th of what it would cost to keep that tower updated since there had been some other prior failures. And that is our backup radio system, the VHF. And then the microwave upgrade is to keep it operating, and that's proprietary with Motorola. And that is a $20,560 quote that was updated on December 6th also.
Okay.
And I have a much smarter person than me on radio equipment and towers, John Kyler, if you have specific questions. So
My questions weren't specific. My question was far more general, which was of these, I said 4 or 5 because I didn't remember because I'd seen a couple different things in there, but of these 3 different quotes, all of these are for work that even if we went, your answer is that even if we went to Jeffcom, these are all things that we would still have to spend.
yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So this is an immediate thing that has to happen no matter which direction we go. So the decisions about Jeffcom or the decisions about the jail don't really relate to these things right here at all.
That's accurate.
Okay, that's good information to have.
I have a quick follow-up question. Aren't these foreseen things that could be budgeted for?
They were previously budgeted for, and we went through the cab and approved them and so forth. But when the end of last year's discussions, I'd have to look back at the meetings, whether or not it was October, November, or December's, but in our budgeting with IT and other projects, it was requested by you guys that we remove it out and have further discussions because this could have been affected by Jeffcom or others. So yes, it is. We were just trying to keep the program moving forward because regardless.
To that end, I think it was the comments about how do these projects relate to some of the other capital projects that didn't get funded. So there's no appropriation here. So
I'm aware of that.
We're gonna have to come back for a budget amendment, which means we're probably looking late March at that point because we're gonna have to publish that in the paper, et cetera, right?
While I was reading that last night, I was thinking about all that. The word supplemental appropriation were going through my head while I was looking at these. Okay, just.
So we'll have to work with finance to make that happen.
Thank you for making that clear, though. I hadn't. There is a process since we didn't budget it because we kind of took all of this stuff and lumped it into, well, we don't know where we're going with dispatch. There's a little bit of a clearer form emerging through the fog now about what all of that means and what this discussion means. And I found the third thing I'll say that one thing regarding the departments which would not be served in the Jeffco arrangement, you mentioned several others that wouldn't be, but that doesn't include all these other people. They also need to be served by Jeffcom. I think it seems like if we were to in order to compare Jeffcom to the arrangement that you're discussing, it would be necessary to actually form a coalition of all of those services so that we're all on the same page. Either we're all going in with Jeffcom, we're doing something like that. And I realize that some of those, I think in your report, it mentioned the Forest Service and others, that may not be an option. So, but when we talk about studying going to JeffCom, in my mind, it means making sure that we've got all of our local entities at least on the same page, the municipalities, the county, and everyone would all have to kind of make that decision collectively, kind of like the cab, that we're going to outsource to JeffCom to do that rather than keep it in-house. And so that's more of a comment. And I know that I made that same comment at our last meeting when we talked about this, that I agree that whatever we do, we don't want to fragment our local emergency response teams so that they're not all in the same communication system and able to integrate with it. And so I think when you come back to us, if we could find out which of those, reasonably could be all put together in one place, assuming we all achieve agreement on that, all of those different entities achieve agreement, versus those of which for whom it would simply be impossible, which may be someone like the Forest Service or I don't know who, but you guys are the experts on that. And then the only last comment I had was that I did see your narrative and I read about all the reasons pro and con, JeffCon, but it doesn't ever really break down into something that for me, I need, when I can look at something like a comparison side by side of two or three. In other words, instead of a narrative and reasons why not, and paragraphs and some numbers sprinkled through that, if I can see a spreadsheet that says, if we go with JeffCom, here's what we get from JeffCom, here's what we pay to JeffCom under scenarios that are holistic, like I just described. And then here are the additional costs that we have on top of that we have to do even if we go to JeffCom that remain to current dispatch costs, which we will still endure alongside the JeffCom costs, in one area or on one page or in one area. And so I can kind of like look at them and go to the cell on the bottom right-hand corner and see which one has the biggest number and which one has the smallest number to know which of the different scenarios. It could be that what we're doing right now, we could look at setting something up with Gilpin and look at the capital cost of because there's been a suggested capital cost to build a new dispatch center and all those kind of things. Look at capital cost amortized over time, along with, finance charges, whatever it takes to get that done. And then look at the actual operational cost and equipment cost and everything and see that even partnering with Gilpin, I want to see what it costs Clear Creek at the end of the day to be a partner with Gilpin to do that kind of a thing when there's that additional capital cost involved, and see how it plays out over a period of time, like a 10-year period. Here's 10 years worth of capital costs, and here's where we are at the end of the day to try to justify that capital cost. And usually it would be a nice life cycle analysis that would be equal to the length of the debt service on the capital improvements required to even make that happen. So, 2 or 3 pages of those 2 or 3 scenarios, if you understand what I'm saying, we stay the way we are and we find ways to improve it. We get together with Gilpin and we do a local at least 2 county area, new dispatch system, or we do go to JeffCom and get all the partners to agree to go to JeffCom. And we can't really do that effectively until we have a coalition that allows us to all be integrated to maintain the safety that you talked about in that report. That you made critical that the service and the safety of the community and the operations for you are the most important thing, that we have to be able to provide that safe service, and I agree with that. But I really don't know what all those different scenarios look like until, because I think to maintain, if we went to JeffCom, the best way to maintain safety and consistent communication is to make sure that all the emergency response teams and organizations and other people use that. Anybody that's using our dispatch now, we want to make sure they can all be on there with us so that we're still communicating that effectively. And those are just my comments of things that if you can present that comparison, that would be helpful. And so to make a decision, to me, these are 2 separate things. Here's some equipment that needs to be bought on the one hand, and here's a decision we need to make about dispatch on the other hand. And I'm kind of separating those 2 things because it looks like this money to be spent has to be spent no matter which way we go. And if what we need is, if this is stuff that really needs to be spent, then I think if you can be here on the 7th and we can be prepared to make a decision that, I can say right now that if it's proven that this is money that needs to be spent, I'm going to be in favor of doing a supplemental appropriation to spend this money and make sure that you're you're at least back on track with this stuff. And then let's go through that longer, stronger, harder argument and that really in-depth analysis that shows us which one really gives us the lowest number on the bottom right-hand corner while maintaining safety for the public. Did anybody not understand that? That was just my
It's a lot
take.
to respond to.
I'm keeping tabs. I understand where you're coming from and we'll work on that as we get closer to numbers. Sheriff Albert has had a brief conversation with Sheriff Armstrong about the Gilpin side, and we already are in a working relationship where we can take over in literally a matter of a phone call and firing up a computer. They actually have computers that are tied in so that we can flip a switch within a minute or two, and have already done that in dispatch for each, whereas Jeff Com mentioned it was 45 minutes to an hour. So with that being said, I will continue to work on the numbers and more details for you, but the numbers are going to take a little bit longer only because there's a couple of things that we would have to drive on what type of numbers to get from Jeff Com. They offer two different scenarios. When they take over a PSAP, the Public Safety Answering Point, you become a member and they want to do a study on the amount of radio volume, who all are being dispatched from us. Because I talked about Forest Service, they don't have a contract, they don't have a way to work with JeffCom. We're actually, I was told by the captain of Forest Service Law Enforcement, they were denied. I don't know if it's a financial denial or what the reasoning was. We're trying to vet that out, but they would have zero communications with Forest Service, and same with State Patrol.
Okay.
Whereas those are things that under a member, maybe we absorb those costs. Otherwise we have to pay per call, which the numbers in there, the current numbers, but they are reevaluating to get out from renting and leasing the property that they're currently occupying and go out into their own building, and would go up because they have not, since their inception, had a rate increase, and that's what they're working on. So the numbers were going to be a little bit farther behind than March 7th presentation. That will be similar to what I emailed you. I'll get an updated one to you in the meantime.
Well, the point, I think my point is I would like for us to have a robust discussion and clarification. When I saw the look on George's face, I just want everybody to know, these are ideas I'm throwing out. These are just thoughts I'm throwing out there. These are the kinds of things that I would like, those are the kinds of approaches I like to take to try and analyze problems and understand the best way to solve them at the least price while maintaining quality service. And they may be ill-informed, and they may be bad ideas, and I'm one of three commissioners up here, but that's just my initial, upchuck of information out there are the kind of things I'd like to see.
Yeah, and obviously we don't have the time right now for me to share my thoughts at that level of depth. And so we'll I'll just note that there are unshared thoughts and that this conversation needs to proceed. Some questions I have specifically about the equipment that you're talking about buying. Would that equipment still be usable in a context where we're using JeffCom? That's a question that I'd love to have answered on the 7th. As far as the analysis and the comparison of this, of whether having JeffCom do a portion of this service is appropriate. I mean, my big general comment right now is that we need someone independent to perform that analysis using your data. For me to feel like we've arrived at an answer that's objective. And I know the memo has a little bit of a tone as though everybody's on the same page in the community on this. It says local community members and stakeholders all agree best practice is to keep dispatch local. I know 2 of our municipalities have submitted letters opting out of our local system. And so I'm not sure that what's being reported here is accurate, and it seems to be jumping to a conclusion before we've gone through a process of figuring out what the questions are that we have, et cetera. And I know I said this the last time we talked too. I think it's I don't think members of this board or its representatives have really been involved in this conversation enough. And that's something that I think we need to solve to build a process for evaluating this that I can support.
And that's kind of what I meant to imply when the one comment George made at the beginning about the question about, is this equipment if we purchase it? Well, the first question, that was the first question I asked is this stuff we really need and will be usable later? So as long as I know, as long as I understand and am convinced, when we come back on the 7th, that this is usable and would be, and that's why I asked the question, do we need this? And will this be usable even if we're working with Jeffcom? And if the answer to that's yes, then that helps inform us to make a better decision about it. If this is stuff that needs to be done and is more urgent, if that urgency is shown to us, if the cost effectiveness is shown to us, and if it's utilitarianism, once we make whatever decision we make is going to be universal and works across the board, then it sounds, then it's at least that's a mark in its favor. That's all I was trying to say. Same questions. Sean?
I think you guys covered most of it. I mean, Undersheriff, you mentioned we, in terms of this process and this analysis, and I think what you're really talking about is the sheriff's office, right? Because I don't think our staff really has had much, if any, role in this process yet.
It's been more of the cab. So to clarify some of what you're alluding to is confusion, whether or not the other municipalities, Idaho Springs and Empire, are staying or going and so forth. In discussions with the Empire mayor and chief, as well as the chief of Idaho Springs, they do prefer to stay here and are willing to stay here. It's a dollar amount is what they're coming up with. And so as we've had additional discussions, they do prefer to stay local and have everyone dispatched under the same entity and local entity. This weekend's incident, without getting into details, helped make that a little bit more on the forefront on some of the municipalities too. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And what could have occurred or what would have been different if dispatching had gone to Jeffcom because an incident occurs of dire emergency, gets dispatched out to a different Jeffcom or wherever, then they have to reach out to Empire Police to see what you want to do because they're on call. State Patrol was in the area listening and all these other things. So anyway, those are more recent ones, but the discussion of keeping it local has been going on for quite a while with those municipalities. So.
And this is sort of like the fundamental process problem I'm trying to put my finger on here is that rather than have you speak for the municipalities and report on the contents of the conversation, I'd rather us just be there.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because even what you just said
could be
kind of, I mean, they prefer to be there, but they prefer the county pay for their share of it and not them pay for the true cost of it, right? I mean, that's kind of like, that's.
We understand it's a dollar amount. That's correct. And I'm not speaking for the dollar amounts. That's why we're trying to have these discussions to bring things forward.
Yeah, and Randy mentioned the bottom line number, and I think that's important, but that's not all of it, right? I mean, there are quantitative and qualitative issues, but there are also issues of capacity that Jeffcom has that we would never have, and we would never have if we joined together with Gilpin. We talked about MCIs, right? And that's an obvious example. So I totally want to reinforce what George is saying. I think I appreciate that you guys are out there doing some work. I think that this process needs a level of independence that wouldn't exist if our group was doing it or if just your group was doing it. And I'm not exactly sure what that answer is, but I do think to George's point, it involves people speaking for themselves and for more of a collaborative approach and the level of independence.
Also an understanding that this whole thing about people dropping out because of the cost, when we reevaluate the cost and send them what the new cost is, what's going to cost Empire, Idaho Springs to be part of this by properly and equally allocating the cost. And they said, well, we're dropping out and we're going to Jeffcom because they're angry because the county's charging us too much. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it was the case of, we didn't do the calculations of what this thing costs. We didn't spend the money. So it costs what it costs. And for each municipality, everybody that's in it has to pay their share, and so if this is the path we choose and this is how much it costs, then everybody agrees this is the way we want to go, then everybody should also be agreeing simultaneously. Therefore, this is what we're agreeing to spend. This is what we're willing to spend and not start threatening to pull out when costs go up. I mean, that's just the way it is. I sat on city council once and we raised the sewer and water rates because it cost this much to do the sewer and water. People start screaming and yelling about, we the people have paid too long. When is the city going to start paying its share? And it's like, no, you don't get it. I just raised my rates too, man. You know, it's the way it is. It costs what it costs. So
I think the other thing you mentioned, like, maybe I'm off base, but Jeffcom ends at a server somewhere, right? So if you're Idaho Springs and you decide you want to go engineer your own solution, you're gonna have to go stand up your own radio network, aren't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
Turns out we're in this together.
Yeah.
yeah, what do you know?
And it's just, I mean, I don't see evidence that it's being communicated as clearly as I think this board intends, that we're not subsidizing the municipalities' dispatch programs, right? So.
Well, we are.
Well, that we're not going to continue to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you for that clarification.
I think go ahead.
Well, I feel like I need to seek some clarification here in terms of the direction that you're offering up right now in terms of this process.
Well, I would frame it as an ask. I mean, we don't give direction to the sheriff's office.
I got a question too, is you three are sitting up here and you're asking for outside agencies. How much more time does the undersheriff, John, and dispatch and stuff have to put into this if you're still wanting an outside resource? Because if you want an outside resource, I say you go ahead and get an outside resource and have them come in, because the undersheriff makes good money and he spends a lot of time on this, so does John. And I don't mind doing it.
Fair enough.
But if we do it, are you going to believe it? Or you think it's the sheriff's office view and the sheriff's office view only? Yeah, we can get Idaho Springs and then people in here and talk, but will you still believe it? Or do you think an outside agency or entity or whatever you guys want to call it, like the KRW study, hire somebody to do that? Because I don't want these guys busting their butts to go, oh, yeah, this is just the sheriff's office view.
Well, I think that for me, and that coin flips the other way too. We both have to, you'd have to believe in the people we picked if we picked them, and we'd have to believe in the people you picked if you picked them. And maybe the best way here is to remember we're a team and kind of look around and say, well, if we want to do it, let's get it done and find the right people and agree to who they are and have it done if we're capable of doing that.
I'm a little bit undecided about whether we need to contract with someone independent to perform this analysis or whether we can do it collectively.
Collaboratively.
But
Yeah.
as it is right now, if we're going to try to do it internally, our representatives need to be at the table in the framing of the questions, what kind of data we're looking at, what kind of questions we need to be answering, et cetera, right? And that has not happened to date. So that's I know one or the other needs to happen. Maybe both.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't think we need to turn the process over to a third party, but in as much as many other agencies have already gone through this, there's knowledge out there and experience out there that I think we would collectively be foolish not to avail ourselves of.
And how would we do that if we don't bring them in to help do it for us? In that case, we would do our collaborative and then have them review it?
No, just like bring them in as subject matter experts to say, would you go do a specific analysis of what it would look like to repurpose our existing radio system to work with Jeffcom, and what's the ongoing cost of maintenance?
Sounds like a third party again.
It is a third party, and my distinction is I'm not necessarily, we just painted it in terms of two black and white extremes. One extreme is we hire no one and we do it all ourselves. The other extreme is we don't do any of it and we outsource 100% of it to someone else. I'm saying that I think that there's a lot of rich ground in between those two extremes where we work on a process collaboratively, but we hire some very specific expertise to help us on areas that would take us too long, or there's too much of a risk of us getting it wrong.
I think I was looking out of the corner of my eye to see if you were moving to be ready to talk. I'm trying to become more sensitive to the chair. that implies that we have to begin a collaboration to decide what it is we want, what we, to confirm what it is, which parts of it and what it is we need the third party to do for us. Like you said, maybe not everything. We got to start the collaboration first in order to determine what part it is, if only part, we'd like a third party to help us with. And then if at all, as we go through that initial collaboration, and then, it could be we end up deciding that we're all happy and we're coming to a conclusion that we can agree with before we get that third party. It could be that we reach a point that we've either got differences of opinion or we just all convince ourselves that we're unsure and we don't know everything we need to know. And this other person looking at it could give us, would be helpful. But I wouldn't suggest we start looking for a third party now until we know what it is we want them to do for sure.
But I'll answer your question very directly, Sheriff. I think any sheriff, any law enforcement agency running a process like this is going to have fundamental conflict of interest that would call their conclusions into some question.
Chirping.
Just like me. If I were the sheriff or if I were a county, I am.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, how about I sit down with the undersheriff and the sheriff and see if we can come up with a plan to forward the specifics around dispatch and everything that's happening there based on what we're hearing from you. If that works for the sheriff, for the three of you, we could sit down at least and try and craft a plan.
At once, we can keep meeting.
Can we get a copy of handwritten just of this section of this meeting? That way we know exactly which avenue we're going to go. Because that seems like it gets lost sometimes. Because if you want something by March 7th, that's like,
You can't have it by March 7th.
can't have it by March
2 weeks
7th. And we are dragging this out to where pretty soon we're going to be what I call screwed.
Well, there's two big things we need to do. One is we need to evaluate this. We need to somehow get to an evaluation and understanding of the necessity of these investments. It's $65,000, and then we have to craft a supplemental appropriation to get that done, and that takes time.
Okay, so I feel like we got multiple issues going on here.
We do.
Right?
We do.
We got the specific projects that they're hoping that they can purchase, the equipment that they need to purchase. We've got the broader, longer term issue of dispatch, right? How we're gonna respond to
Right, exactly.
this issue, right? So we can't be back on the 7th to make a supplemental appropriation happen for these equipment purchases. We can't,
I think we could do that one. I think
from a timing perspective, we can't meet state law to do that. Unless you're willing to use ARPA money that's already appropriated. The cost, the expense of these projects, of this equipment was not budgeted. Therefore, we need a supplemental appropriation. We can't be back to you by the 7th to make that happen.
And my point I was making a moment ago, I heard you, Brian, clearly when you said it won't be the first meeting, it's in March. It would be at best the second meeting in March before we can get it done. That's a fact of life right now on the ground that we just have to deal with. That's what we got. As of right now, even if we had been able to say, yeah, let's do this, if we'd come in today and had a totally different meeting and said, oh yeah, sure, let's spend this money, it would take us till the end of March to get a supplemental appropriation done anyway. Am I correct, Brian?
Correct.
Yeah. So what that means is, all we need to know is just that confirmation that this is what I think Sean or George asked for was, do we know, I think George said, do we know that this equipment will work and integrate with Jeffcom? And, that could be as simple as, a couple of calls with Jeffcom or something like that to know that, so that we can make one on the 7th, we could at least make a decision to be able to have a supplemental appropriation done in time.
That's what I was talking about.
Brian, my question for you is, if we didn't make that decision till the 7th, then could we be able to get it done in the next meeting? It would again not take
We'll make sure that we make it from a timing perspective that we can make it happen by the next meeting, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And before we get to the next half of that with dispatch, just to clarify, will the numbers be acceptable since they were 2022, or do we have to go back?
Our purchasing policy?
So these are proprietary and very narrow and specific to Motorola, or because we can't be switching with tower equipment that was Motorola's to others.
We don't have source in our purchasing, so did we follow? We'll just have to find out if we follow.
We'll have further discussion then.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think
There's
I
one
can't
other
answer the
perspective, which is take Jeffcom out of it. Like, you're operating right now without this money and without these upgrades. How long is it safe to continue to do so?
And that's a good question because we already had failures, which brought some of this forward. And I believe Motorola provided an email that I forwarded to county manager on, they were concerned.
Yeah.
Please come to the table, please.
John, Tyler?
John, can you please come up?
Just so that you can be on camera and be.
Grab that comfortable chair and slide it up here.
I'm pretty informal. In reference to Saxon Mountain, it's a repair that we're doing. So in answer to your question, yes, it is necessary. And actually Saxon Mountain, this is for our VHF. They call it our backup, but I will tell you that it's the primary when it comes to wildlife or wildfire communications. So fire has definitely got a vested interest in it. So it's more than just a backup for them. So, and once this is done, it is completely compatible with Jeffcom. The other project is a upgrade for security for firewalls and our switches for the microwave project. And so that enables the microwave net to communicate. And so that is necessary. And we're kind of playing with dice because it's not, the firewall itself is not upgraded. So it's vulnerable. So the longer we go with that, the more chances we're taking. But in answer to your question there, it is completely compatible and it is definitely going to be part of the communication system. So those two items very specifically are absolutely compatible. And then the third project, which is the portable radios, end of life on the ones that we have, and we're just trying to replace those as we go. It's a multi-year project. And yes, those are absolutely compatible with moving forward, no matter where we go with our communication system.
And was presented to Public Utilities Commission as part of our upgrade and increase in rates that we were continuing with this program. So last year we didn't continue as we had promised.
Got it. Thank you. Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Thanks.
Listen, thanks for your time today. I appreciate it. And thanks for coordinating over the weekend. John, I appreciate that too.
Likewise. We'll be in touch.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
So my suggestion right now is, since Donna's not on the screen right now, and since Matt's been here sitting in that chair since 6 a.m. or something like that, I think.
Donna's here. Donna's here. She
Donna
just
is
has
here?
her video off.
I'm here.
Okay, well, that'll be a 10-minute thing. So let's get it done.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
All right. Sorry, Matt, if you can hang out a little bit without passing out, we'd appreciate it. Okay, our next item therefore is to continue our abatement hearing. Our original 10:10 a.m. abatement hearing, this time for Etna Kruger, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the one I put on top for y'all was the 23 abatements. This is your binder clipped item. And she's recommending approval for 23 abatements for 2021 with comparable sales supporting the value. So you'll have in this packet 23-19, the letters C through J, and 23-25, the letter A through O. Donna, are these just matching what Diane did last year for 19 and 20?
Correct. Except for it's a different assessment period. This is for 21 and 22.
Yeah. So last year we brought like 45 of these too. And Diane had reached agreement with Chip Webster on these, and it looks like she's just having 2021 match what Diane did last year.
As I flip through these pencil marks are easier to read once it's been printed.
Oh, really? Does it stand out better?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So we're, out of this entire package of stuff, we are approving, we would be asked to approve the recommendations on 4 of the abatements and deny 1. Is that correct?
We're on this one, the big one in your right hand.
Right.
So you would be asked to approve the assessor's recommendation on 23-19 C through J and 23-25 A through O.
And that's this entire package right now?
Yes, sir.
I thought this was summarizing these.
No, those are some
I get
different
it.
ones.
I see it now. I see it
Got to
now.
go through. He's got a lot of property.
It does.
So the recommendation is to approve on this entire first package.
So I have a general question on these. We're aligning 2022 values to match values that we agreed were accurate in 2021.
The 2022 value are set to what he's requesting for the 2021 value. So the 2022 values are set to what he's requesting.
And are those in the same assessment cycles, years 21 and
Correct.
22?
Yep,
Okay.
21 and 22 are the same cycle.
Wanted to make sure. So they need to be the same for us to claim objectivity. They need to be the same.
This first one is just for 2021. This big pack. It's just for 2021.
Okay.
I thought you said he's asking 21 to be the same as 23.
22.
That kind of confused me.
We're doing 23 reassessment right now for 23 and 24. He did write down incorrectly on some of the abatement petitions, 21 instead of the year 22. But some of them do say 22, like they should.
Okay.
Okay, that's where I put them.
Correct.
Thank you. You just put your finger on what was confusing me.
Yeah. You're right. Some of them are mixed up. I was just reading off the cover page.
I managed to flip through all of them and I don't see any issues. I'm prepared to accept the assessor's recommendation on this.
I agree.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Move we approve the assessor's recommendation for abatement on the cases 23-19 C through J and 23-25 A through O.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
2319A.
Yeah. Donna, the next one they have is 23-19A for Edna Kruger again. I think you're recommending denial because he sold this, right?
Correct. In January of 2021.
And so when a sale happens during the assessment period, we go with the sale price.
Yeah, ultimately, he's not the current owner, so we can't follow through with an abatement as of today.
Fair enough.
So in that case, we're taking the case up and denying it for that reason.
Yes.
Makes sense to me.
Yep, I agree.
Move we approve the assessor's recommendation for denial of abatement case 23-19A.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
2319B. And this is a motion, this is a recommendation to approve.
For 21 and 22.
That is correct. Again, being in the same assessment period.
So if I'm reading these comparisons right, are you recommending adjusting the value to 17,000 or to 23,000?
This one is to 17, excuse me, yeah, 17.
When I look at these comparables in the adjusted sale value, I'm looking at 20,000, 25,000, 28,000, and 25,000. 17,000 seems a little bit low.
Which one are we looking? Okay, I got it. Let me pull it apart.
See recommended adjusted value 23,870.
And then I see recommended adjusted value of 20, yeah, Randy, of 23,870.
It should be 23,870. His recommendation was a 17,260. I must have wrote it wrong
Okay.
when I was writing up 40 of them, sorry. Oh, it's the second page. So it's the 18791, 23,870. It's written incorrectly by me on the petition for abatement.
Okay, so your recommendation, your actual recommendation is $23,873 for this value, which looks a lot more close to these comparables.
Yep.
Yes.
Agree.
Okay, then I'm gonna stick my neck out there and make a motion. We accept the assessor's recommendation for abatement on case 23-19B, adjusting the assessed value of that property to $23,870.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I will leave your neck untouched. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, or George, for pointing that out.
Okay, we have case 2320, 2318J. These are three abatements. 23.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's one without a number. It would be 23-20B.
Okay.
And on this one, I don't see the comparables. I see the petitions. I don't see the comparables. And the reason I'm asking for them is because I see a pretty aggressive reduction in value here from 36,000 to 1,000.
Correct.
14,000 to 700, and from 14,000 to 700.
Correct. And with these three properties, when reviewed, they do not have access. So they are assessed at a rate of just flat $200 per acre. So there's no comparables to run against it. Because they're just resources, mining resources, no access.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the common practice then.
Right.
So there are three of them.
Correct.
And one's been knocked down from 36,290 to 1,030.
Correct. Once we reviewed these properties and determined no access, then it goes automatic to the 200 per acre.
Okay, so like this property that's corrected, actual value is 779. That's
Correct.
just under 4 acres.
Correct.
There's two of them like that, same
Correct.
thing.
And these properties are the same size.
Correct. The two that recommendation for 780, and then the third one is 1,030, 5 acres.
Okay. What are these? Do we have a motion?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for abatement on cases 23-20, 23-18J, and
2320B.
2320B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll resend.
Apologies to the tree we killed.
Thanks, Donna.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one. We'll see you. I'll be back on Thursday.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's pretty funny. So now we are moving to our 12:30 item, which is now being held at noon, which had been moved to sometime in the
Earlier.
morning. Yeah, sometime in the morning it had been moved to. And Matt's been very patient sitting here, and it's a work session to review Commissioner District and 2020 population statistics. Matt Taylor.
I'm gonna promote you to panelist.
I like these. I can get bring when I lose my keys. Brian can help explain why I need things like this. Because he's gonna get rid of this coffee cup in 2 days.
Matt, welcome. Good to see you again. Haven't talked in a long time.
Good morning still. Good to see you all too. Thank you. Gotta get my mouse to work here. Bear with me. And I'm gonna try and share my screen here. Let me minimize some items first.
Oh, wait, it was yesterday. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But that was a long time ago.
All right, there we go. Whoops, yep. Zoom this in a little bit. Okay, I am prepared to either go into great detail or just kind of highlight some of the big things. So I'm going to allow you to let me know which method you'd like. If you've had a chance to review my memo, I was just going to go into detail on each item in there, but I can just kind of gloss over and give some highlights.
I think it's important, like, what does this mean? Is like, if I was watching this hearing or
Okay.
this agenda.
Yeah.
There are about
session.
two or three places that changed.
Yeah, well, I'll just kind of go over everything then, start at the beginning. So after every 10-year census, we're required to review the commissioner districts for equal population distribution. This latest census happened during COVID, and so things got pushed back a little bit. Normally, we would do this the year after the census, so in the first odd year. But because of COVID, that deadline's been pushed back to this year, September 31st, if we want to go through a redistricting process. So we had acquired the census blocks from 2020, which are basically the smallest census units that contain population information and are what we're supposed to use when we're comparing districts and voting precincts and that kind of thing for even population distribution. There were some changes in the 2020 census blocks from 2010. Some of the blocks were kind of merged together or redefined. And so the first thing that we did, so census units or census blocks are typically follow roads, creeks, ridge lines, that type of thing. They don't normally follow subdivision boundaries or town boundaries, that kind of stuff. But occasionally they do. So the first thing we did once we acquired the data was we needed to review and compare it to our current 2011 commissioner districts. And so the first thing we found was that some of the boundaries in the commissioner districts that were matching in the census blocks, those census blocks had gone away. or been merged into other areas. So there's essentially 3 areas where that occurred. And so we would recommend that, for each one of those, that we would make those minor modifications to follow the current in 2020 census block boundaries. So on my screen, I've got those three. Basically, to give you a quick overview, one was a ridge line between Cascade Creek and Ute Creek, separating districts 1 and 3. That boundary has gone away, and so we would suggest modifying in that area the commissioner districts to follow Ute Creek Road. That would essentially move approximately 23 people from District 1 to District 3. A similar thing in Miners Candle area. Part of that census block has been merged, and so some of the originating boundary lines are not there. We would recommend that we modify the district there to follow instead Trail Creek Road. And that would basically move 10 people from District 1 to District 3. Again, we don't absolutely have to follow the census blocks, but it makes it, the reason we prefer to do that is we're taking any guesswork out of what population we might be splitting. And so it just puts more guesswork into the population estimates, provided by the census.
So I can cross that question off my list. Thank you.
And then the last area that we noticed where the census block boundaries changed were between districts 1 and 2 around the Blue Valley Acres subdivision.
So are you moving, just to focus in on the example, the Ute Creek Cascade Creek example? Did the census block line move to Cascade Creek Road or just disappear from that area altogether?
Didn't actually include this in the documentation, but I can pull up a screenshot here of that. And so this is just a screenshot. The dark line here is the current commissioner district boundary. And you can see it kind of generally follows this ridge line. And it's probably going to be really hard to see on this screen. This little line here, that's kind of the new block boundary line. So instead of, originally in 2010, it came right up the ridge line. But for whatever reason, they've basically combined, kind of moved that area around. And so this area down here is kind of a new census block group. And then this area here is kind of a new census block group. I don't know if you can see those.
Yeah.
Sorry. So basically, yeah, we could do this either way. We could move it to follow Cascade Creek or to follow Ute Creek.
And the logic is to make it easy for you to count.
Yeah. Otherwise I have to kind of, I can guess, I can look at the number of homes. I can look at the population in that block group and the number of homes in that block group and go, okay, well, there's X number of homes, X number of people from the two different things and kind of come up with an averaging per home. But it really kind of, adds guesswork and estimation to our total population. So I'd prefer, if we can, to follow those boundaries that are established through the census.
Is it true that the only real implication of this is it's going to change for those hundreds of people, the office of commissioner they could run for? Is there any other implication to that?
I think that's pretty much accurate. Yes. I don't think that there's really any other things. And regardless of what district they're in, they get to vote for all districts. Yes. So that
changes who can run in what district by a few people.
Right. Yeah.
And the other thing it impacts is just that we're representing a relatively equal number of people. And I'm guessing I'm guessing that this doesn't really, I don't know how it changes the overall between districts 1, 2, and 3. But it appears that it's minimal, for sure.
Yeah,
Percentages.
these initial changes are really minimal, and they just really help us, kind of get to a starting point where we can start playing with and seeing what the population distribution is. So if we make these three minor, in my opinion, minor revisions, you can see what the distribution looks like here. So District 1 would have 3,391 people. District 2 would have 2,740 people. District 3 would have 3,266 people. And so I've got the percentages there of what that represents. House Bill 211047, which extended our time because of COVID, to do the redistricting process. It also added a new element, which was not there before, which indicates that each district, well, let me just read it here. The deviation between the most populous and the least populous district in each county shall not be more than 5%. And so with these changes, our difference was actually 6.93%. So we're over that 5% threshold. So we do need to go through a redistricting process to try and get us underneath that 5% threshold.
So to do that, we need to make District 2 more populous and District 1 less populous.
Correct. Yeah. That
Even more than these
District
suggestions?
2 or?
No. Well, not more than the final suggestions I have in the memo. Here's
3, not 1 to 2.
Here's a quick breakdown. So basically, in a perfect world, we would try and get 3,132 people in each district. That would mean we need to move 259 people from District 1 to District 2. We'd need to move 134 people from District 3 to District 2. And so this is kind of what that looks like on a map here.
To make them exact.
To make them exact, yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be really hard to make them exact, but I think we can certainly get underneath that 5% threshold. And so I've actually got a couple suggestions here or initial, ways to start doing that, looking at that. District 1 to District 2, again, we have to move 259 people basically to, in order to have that even distribution. The most populated area where those two districts butt up against each other is Floyd Hill. Sorry, this thing's kind of in my way.
Matt, would you say you had to move 259 people from District
1 to 2.
Yeah.
1 to 2?
259 from 1 to 2.
Okay, thanks.
And 134 from 3 to 2. So basically, District 2 needs a lot more people from both other districts.
So it's just sliding some more people into the district that Sean represents in each case from each of these other two. The other part, though, is that with the new population and the old districts, we'd be at 6.93%, which would be outside state law. With the changes, making the changes that you've recommended here, we'd be to 1.7% or 163 people difference, which is within state law.
Correct.
And if we wanted to make it more exact, we'd make a change up in York Gulch. And so that would mean moving York Gulch into District 1. Is that correct? That's what I'm seeing recommended, in a little bit, and a portion of the east side of Fall River. And then we could move the Floyd Hill area from District 1 to District 2, not the entire area, but a portion of it, I think, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So then that splits up Floyd Hill into 2 districts.
Yeah, and we struggled with this in 2011. At that time, the commissioners really didn't want to split those 2 districts or that Floyd Hill area into, more than one district. And fortunately, they had the luxury of not having to meet that 5% differential. And so we did do that. And, our population distribution back in 2011 was just over 6% as well as it is now. that was okay. Unfortunately, we have that 5% mandate. And so we're going to have to probably, maybe not, but we're going to need to consider splitting Floyd Hill into more than one district.
Did our total population drop?
No, it went up from,
I feel like it dropped.
let's see.
Hate splitting up Floyd Hill and that St. Mary's York Gulch area, but.
This is a quick map of our population or our commissioner districts in 2011 that we did. And, bear with me, I got it prepared.
Except it's kind of like there's really no practical implications if you're not running for office on where exactly the line's drawn.
I don't think it matters. We're way within the law with what he's recommended.
In
way for a good long time.
2010, our total population was 9,088.
Oh, wow.
Currently, in 2020, our population is 9,397. So we went up a little bit.
And you're pulling population numbers from the most recent census, and you're obligated to do that, right?
From the 2020 census. There are estimates.
The reason I'm asking is because I know that the construction and population, Bighorn Crossing was a pretty big population impact in this district. And I don't think it was captured in the census because I don't think they had been living there for 6 months. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay, so do we have an ability to say we have a more accurate set of numbers based on this known population increase in this one district?
My understanding is that we're supposed to use the 2020 census, but I also know that, or I believe that the commissioners can choose to redistrict at any point. So I'm not sure how that works. And that might need.
According to other factors that they know.
Yeah, that we might need some legal interpretation on that.
I think one thing that occurs to me about the idea of splitting Floyd Hill and splitting Fall River Road is an example. Some of Fall River Road's on one and some of Fall, and it's hard to avoid that somewhere. I mean, I guess the same thing's true up in the Ute Creek area. You can end up with two commissioners who live on Ute Creek or a Cascade Road or something, or you can end up with, but it's the idea that you can end up with two commissioners in Floyd Hill, two commissioners that are almost next door neighbors on Fall River Road. So thinking about those blocks of people and keeping them somewhat contiguous does have a certain value, I think, so that you don't have one neighborhood, to the extent possible, one neighborhood that might have a significant stakeholding interest represented by two commissioners right off the bat. But that's always going to be true no matter what you do to some level. I guess you just try to avoid the big error.
I think so. And I think sort of at the very general level, I wonder if there's opportunity looking at these maps. I see that we're splitting both Floyd Hill and the St. Mary's Fall River neighborhoods. And I kind of look at, I don't know how you have probably a more well-developed opinion on this than I do, living in York Gulch. Yeah. I kind of look at York Gulch and Alice as a community of interest, right?
Right.
Like worth not splitting up if we can avoid it. I wonder if we try to expand in District 1 into Floyd Hill, into Alice, right? Give more of Floyd Hill to District 3 where Sean is.
District 2.
District 2 where Sean is. If we can make the numbers start to work where District 2 needs numbers. So if District 2 can get all of its numbers from District 1, then that creates space in District 1 for District 2 to give more of St. Mary's to District 1. And I don't know how those numbers will work out, but we might be able to get it to where both of those neighborhoods get to be whole, especially if we get to think about the increase in population in this district that happened in Georgetown. And I know that's hard to follow all that logic laid out verbally.
No, do we have any kind of an estimate about what the new population at Bighorn looks like? Is it hundreds of people?
200 homes, right?
Yeah, but some of them are
75
part-time.
homes. A lot of them have two people.
And or second owners with no people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Second homes,
There's short-term rentals and second homes, yeah.
Riverbend was captured in the census, yes.
I don't think it's a disadvantage for a neighborhood.
It had been built.
Neighborhood
I
can put
mean-
two commissioners on.
Yeah.
And it had been built and occupied. What was going on during the census was that Bighorn Crossing hadn't been occupied for 6 months. Like we had residents in there.
Okay.
They couldn't say they'd been there for 6 months yet. And so we know there's an undercount in District 3, yeah.
I think the challenge with, I'll just be frank, I'm 99% certain that there's no way we can keep Floyd Hill entirely in one district. The population of Floyd Hill is roughly 1,060 people. And we're only about 250 people max off. And so moving, even if we, tried to move all those people, from St. Mary's and Fall River down into District 1, I think it would just be too much of a population shift and we would be well outside that 5%. Now, I'm happy to run some numbers and try and figure that out. But I'm pretty certain that one way or the other, Floyd Hill is going to need to be in two districts to some degree. Now, where those, boundaries are, I think we certainly can play with.
Yeah.
And the boundaries do look kind of gerrymandered. Just, I know you're following a road, but it does look a little weird. Maybe it looks to an opportunity to look a little
funny.
less weird.
Yeah, those are, that's some of the constraints we have, just following the census blocks. And like I said, they usually follow roads or creeks. And so I think you're talking about maybe this slide here where it looks kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It is nice though that, you can say, on one side of the road, you're in one district, on another side of the road, you're in the other. But
That's what I'm saying. Two neighbors can be commissioners and,
it can be,
get their road will always be paved, maintained.
And so just to make sure I understand the graphic, inside the blue line is what, can you?
Yeah, so, and I did, I should have kind of explained these a little bit better, but the dots basically are residential addresses. The red area is, this lighter red area is kind of an area that we initially suggest moving over. And then, that was 259 people, kind of moving them from District 1 to District 2. And then within the blue area, that has a population of 129 people, according to the Census 2020 information. And so this is kind of the last option here, or that, moving people moving the boundaries in the York Gulch area and then giving more of this Floyd Hill area to District 2, like you said, Randy. Kind of gets us down to, from that initial 6.93% differentiation between the most populated and the least populated districts to 0.79%, or a difference of 69 people between the most populated district and the least populated district, which I think is a pretty good scenario, but.
We get to be off by about 450 people and stay within the law, right?
I didn't do that math.
5% of 9,000.
So we'd be increasing the disparity then from his recommended solution that way, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it would involve, trying to make this work would involve us embracing, I think, at a high level that we're more worried about keeping communities whole than we are about keeping the numbers equal. Right, like our tolerance is closer to 5% if it helps us have communities of interest remain whole. And I don't know, that's I think what this board would have to agree on.
Well, I think that's the community's whole, regardless of where that imaginary line is, it isn't spray painted on the ground. But what it does mean is who can run for office. And it means that a community of interest then is served by being split in commissioner districts by being able to elect two people from their area to represent it. And so it's, that's a coin to flip, so which one do you want to pick? And And I don't know, I see what you're saying is at Floyd Hill because of its location and its size now with over 1,000 people, and because of its location, that's where you see the inevitability of eventually, because you don't see any other place surrounding District 2 from which you could move enough people to it to make it, unless you moved all of Floyd Hill into District 2 and then move something else somewhere else in District 2 back into Districts 1 and 3 or whatever, or into District 1. And I don't know where you do, I don't know how you could do that.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, you'd have to kind of dive from the south, like Brook Forest Estates up, to try and move some of those people like in Brook Forest Estates into District 3, which would be your district, Randy.
And then move from District 3 over into you. Yeah, right. I'd be representing Brook Forest and,
yeah.
Moving on the diametrically opposite end of the county.
You and I would wave at each other driving by.
Yeah, and it really, it comes back down to that, just the unusual way that the census blocks are drawn, and how they're configured, I think.
Yeah, I think I personally have less of a concern about keeping communities together, just because it's not like it's a congressional district and you only have one person's neck to go choke. I mean, people can come choke any or all of us whenever they want. But with that said, I like keeping it simple and also like future proofing it if we can to accommodate what we know is going to be an imbalance based on this development, Bighorn Crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons I kind of took it that next step, to try and get some more population out of District 3. Because with the first step, it still had District 3 as the highest populated area without even considering those Bighorn Crossing, units. Like you mentioned, that they were done after the census 2020 count was complete.
So
personally, I think I'm okay with Matt's recommendation, but I'm totally happy to dig back in and do some more work too.
I hear that, and I agree, this is not a high stakes decision, right? If the board and staff would indulge me, I think a couple of things that could happen to bring this back to us are figuring out if we can do anything about the Bighorn Crossing situation, and then just experimenting with these maps a little bit further to see if we can expand the population that's in Floyd Hill that's going from District 1 to District 2, and expand the population in the St. Mary's area that's going from District 3 to District 1, and just kind of play with that and see how close we can get. I don't disbelieve you that it's probably a foolhardy exercise. You probably know these numbers well enough that I could just trust your judgment and accept your recommendation here today. But if the board and you are willing to indulge me, I'd love to see the results of that experiment.
As far as kind of getting into the weeds on exactly how much of Floyd Hill is here and how much of Floyd Hill is there, since it's already a little split, we're just making it more split. We're making it a greater division. I mean, the scenario I was talking about a little bit ago can happen anyway, and it can happen in a few other places in the county, anywhere along one of those borders. The bigger thing is, I think the bigger question you asked is a Bighorn Crossing question, which is, can we confirm population, which has been undercounted? Because we know the population is undercounted, but we have estimates that are more like 9,500 to 9,700 from other sources. Census gives us a little over 9,000, and we know there's a few to several hundred people probably left out. And some of those could be in that area. That's an example. It's a primary example of where that might be. Maybe the biggest one. I think you've thought of the biggest likely difference.
Yeah, and then the last thing that I should have thrown into that, just trying to sort of be concise about next steps, is that as you perform that analysis, you do so with some tolerance for differences in populations, right? That if we accepted 10 years ago 6% for these reasons, I think this year, or 6.9%, I think this year maybe we can accept up to 5, which we can legally do and probably justify. If it gets us to where we have reduced some of these communities of interest conflicts and Randy, I really like the way you're articulating the real risk here is that 2 commissioners in the same neighborhood end up
Represent
having a
special
majority of
interests.
this board.
Yeah. Well, we already have that. It's just a matter of minimizing the risk. That's about all you can do. I mean, we can have 2 neighbors across the road from each other in a few places here. Those are on the board now, so.
The truth is, it's hard enough to get anyone to run from any neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to, yeah, I mean, and I really, I appreciate your perspective because I really looked at this, to try and, get a very even distribution. And so that's a totally different perspective and I appreciate that. And yeah, I'll play around and maybe see if there's some way we can have it closer to that 5% threshold and do a better job of keeping communities together.
Closer to 5%. Perfect would be 0. Would be like even, to me, it's thinking mathematically, statistically, but.
Yeah.
You can
I
take
think
2 people out of your house, Randy.
so. Yeah, I'll be happy to crunch some numbers and come back and maybe do another update with y'all and tell you what I've figured out or haven't figured out.
Mr. Chair. What, Matt, do you know how to answer the question? Can we do anything about Bighorn Crossing?
I think I'm going to have to maybe lean on Peter a little bit and see, because I personally was under the opinion that we had to use the 2020 census data, the decennial census information when we go through this redistricting. But I believe that I've seen language that county commissioners can go through this process at any point. It doesn't have to always, they can do it in addition to, after the decennial census. So what information can they use at a later date? I don't know. And so.
There's a slightly popular or complicated question that follows that, which is you can do it at any time later, but do you still have to go by the most recent census number?
Yes.
In which case, trying to determine a difference in the population at Bighorn Crossing is irrelevant because you're still not allowed to use those numbers legally.
Exactly.
Correct.
But you could use them for the purpose of getting something that was within the 5% tolerance of the census data, right?
When we know something else is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can skew it to have the 5%
That's a good
tilted
point.
towards what you know is going to happen in the future, to cancel out what you know is going to happen in the future or has already happened since.
Or
the
has
census.
already happened, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point too.
That's good. Okay, well, thank you for indulging me, particularly you, Matt. You have a lot, I'm sure, of other fun things to do, and getting this done would be helpful, so thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Hey, Matt.
We all have special talents we're used to indulging each other on. It's no big
Bighorn
deal.
Crossing still bigger than the housing you saw in Cascade and Trail Creek?
Yeah, I would. So the housing in Cascade Creek and Ute Creek that we suggest in here to go from 3 to 2, I believe that was 53 residents.
Those new since 2010?
Are,
Not much up there.
So this area here that I was talking about moving from District 3 to District 2, it has a population of 52. You're asking is,
Are those 52 new homes in the last 10 years?
no, in here? No.
Oh, it's just a movement of the line.
It's, yes, correct.
Okay, is that the same with the Trail Creek?
Yes, I don't think that those are new. Yeah, especially not since 2020.
Yeah. Because I was trying to think of what are our biggest subdivisions, in the past 10 years, but outside of Bighorn Crossing, and I don't think the last one was until Saddle back in 2000. We haven't had any.
I would agree. Yeah, that's definitely one of the largest. The Bighorn Crossing is one of the largest developments in recent history. Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny it took Saddle back that long to, well, anyway, kind of blossom the way it did in a way. But. Okay, so Did any of that sound like a direction?
Yes, I think I'll try and play with some figures to see. And I know sounds like the goal is to try and get Alice St. Mary's moved, but I'm going to start with, because we'll have to go progressively up from the existing boundary. So basically going up Fall River, see how far we can get to get those districts.
What does that do to York Gulch? Does York Gulch move with it? That's the question.
Yeah, sorry, yes, York Gulch. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Let me show my screen back again here.
It depends on if Matt wants to run for commissioner.
And how soon?
Yeah. So.
He'd be a good person to advise us on that.
Yeah, so this is, looking at this map here, I'll try and put this out as best I can. We would have to include this whole area, population 103, moving them from District 3 to District 1. And I'd have to work my way from east to west and continue this progression. Because if I only chose this one lower polygon, we would end up kind of creating non-adjacent, non-contingent donut holes of commissioner districts. And I don't think we're allowed to do that. I think they have to be adjacent, contiguous. And so I have to kind of take this total population, add it to the area to the west, and keep going. I can play around with that and see how far we can get.
I think that sounds great.
Yeah.
Would be awesome. And I agree. No Jackson Pollock district maps.
Does that?
So we're talking about moving all of York Gulch and St. Mary's from District 3 to District 1 as much as possible.
So that District 1 and District 2 can accommodate the loss and gain of
Floyd Hill, and then move more of Floyd Hill over. And then what comes back around potentially, depending on how much that is, because those are some pretty good sized populations. So that's probably going to mean something moving from somewhere back into District 1 or District 3. If you do both of those.
Yeah, I would probably take out that initial recommendation of the, moving district.
Cascade thing or?
Yeah, exactly. I would probably, need to eliminate looking at this.
I'd have to wrap around.
But instead of doing this, I would probably look at going further west, from York Gulch towards St. Mary's. And then, the goal will be to not get as evenly distributed as possible, but to be nearer to the 5%, but under, if that makes sense.
If we can make it work. I mean, at this point, I think we'll get back some maps and have some stuff to look at. And
yes, and yeah, I can give you kind of more complete picture maps, maybe of both these options, if that helps. So
yeah, I don't think the goal should be to get as close to 5% as possible. I still think a little. I mean, it doesn't matter a whole lot. A little equity is kind of good. I don't think the idea is to get as far off of zero as you can. I don't think that's an object. But if you do that shift around like that and like that, then you may have to take something and shift it right there too to maintain, because it seems like it's still good to try to get well under the 5 to me. That's my take. But
yeah, I mean, I would prioritize keeping communities of interest whole over keeping the difference low.
yeah, but once you do that, if you make a major shift like that, it may be, even to do that, it may be required. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
I hear you too.
This is good.
okay, pretty sure I know where to go. Thank you.
I actually like some of these moves. I like if we're going to do Floyd Hill, if you're going to
It's
continue to
interesting.
encroach on it, then take a lot of it and go. And I also think about the St. Mary's York Gulch in the same way. It's not, I don't mind those moves.
It's interesting to see. We need to get a big giant map with like population pieces to move around and.
Yeah,
It's interesting. There is pretty much no dense housing in all of District 2 right now. There's no towns, there's no municipalities, there's no dense neighborhoods. Floyd Hill will be the first one.
Not even Brook Forest, aren't those houses kind of close together?
In certain spots, but not really.
Not the whole thing.
Yeah.
Haven't been there in a long time. All right, good job.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Executive session?
Ready? File break.
The bar.
What's that? That's where he may want to go right now.
The bar.
Is this the last thing on the,
Gotta go into exec.
right, there's nothing after this though? Okay. I was just saying that for the people that are watching.
That's why I'm wrapping up. I'm charged. Wrapping up my cord.
I forgot to sign these.
Yeah. Yes. As soon as I get it back, I'm gonna nudge them to do it in exec.
You wanna move into exec?
Huh?
You wanna move into it?
Yeah, we will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept
To discover. Discuss.
and no decisions will be made.
Just, we actually need
The
a
motion.
Oh, for the following purposes. Sorry.
pursuant to CRS 246424B for the county attorney to meet with Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the requirements of the intergovernmental agreement with Clear Creek Fire Authority. Pursuant to CRS 246424A and B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in 5 mobile home parks currently for sale in Clear Creek County, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to acquisitions of those mobile home parks. And lastly, pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's open space commission.
Second.
Who was the first?
Randy made the
I
motion.
made the motion. I'm signing papers. I was just getting ready to say. I'm just getting ready. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Now you get to say your other magic words. Come on, Randy.
I already said them, but I'll say them again. We will now move into executive session
Somebody zoom in.
and no written minutes will be
Okay, hold on a second.
kept and no decisions will be made. So we're back out of executive session. We've concluded the executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we are adjourning the meeting for the day.